Yo, is this thing on? Tap, tap, tap. Hello. Hope everybody is doing beautifully. Absolutely beautifully. Absolutely beautifully. We have some things to do today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some things to do today. I don't know if you're aware of the things that must be done today, but there are things that must be done. There are things that must be done. They simply must be done. You know that? There are things that must be done. A great deal of things. A great deal of things. A great deal of things. You know that? But you don't know that. But you don't know anything. But you don't know anything. Okay, let's take a look here. So Mida Mini Tool. Mida Mini Tool. I've been told that I treated it too harshly. I've been told I treated it too harshly. Mida Mini Tool. Attrition Enormous Incandescent Heal Clip Burning Ambition. Not bad. Not bad. I believe the accused is Yeartide Apex because they're essentially the same frame, right? They're both 900 RPMs. I believe the Mida Synergy archetype takes after the adaptive though, so it is a little worse in some respects. It's a little bit worse. We'll say less perk diversity than Yeartide. Is it actually less damage though? I need to test this out, chat. We need to test this out. We need to freaking test this out. Do I even have a Mida? I have a Callus? I got a Mida? I got a Mida. Okay, we got a Mida. We got a Mida. We can compare it to the actual Yeartide Apex. Take a little look. Take a little look. Okay, chat. We'll take a little gander. A little Gandington. Okay. A little Ganderoni. Little Ganderoni. I'm looking for a song. Ooh. Okay. Hi, Neo Day. Neo Day. Neo Day. How you doing? You want a scholarship for playing D2? I already graduated, bro. Also, you need to be enrolled at USV if you want that scholarship. Which I'm not enrolled at USV. You're dying. Don't die. Well, you know, everyone is dying, but don't die fast. Die slow. Die slow. Preferably maybe 60 years out from now, 70 years from now, 80 years from now, after living a healthy, a long, and satisfying life. Okay? You know? Okay, let's go to the shooting range. We're gonna investigate this. We're gonna investigate this. Hello, Araxin. What's up? Hello, Farago and Oblivion and Joesty. Hello, everybody. $32. 32. Both 32. Are they supposed to be that close? Are they actually the same? Oh, Oh yeah, they are close. Adaptive, lightweight, 27 versus 28.5. Okay, so what if I give myself a little bufferoni? And I give myself a little bit of some solar surges. How about that? Uh-huh. $46. Okay, they are the same archetype. They are the same. They are the same archetype. You know, that does beg the question. Why do people like Yeartide more than Mida? Because after the changes, Mida is essentially the same gun. But arguably maybe even a little better. They're like the same frickin' gun. They're the same frickin' gun. Origin trait? I think Vanguard Determination is better than frickin' Text Balance stock and frickin' Dreamwork. I think Vanguard Determination is better than that. It gives you DR. It gives you DR. It's a good frickin' question. I mean, I don't really like how this gun feels, but you know, Midas a little better. A little better, to be honest. A little bit better. A little frickin' better. Okay. DFA, we're going to do a little bit of attrition orbs testing. Made me laugh so much my chest hurts. What, really? I'm happy to hear that. Truth Teller. Truth Teller. Newest version of Truth Teller. Let's take a look. Ooh, Grave Robber Repulsor Brace. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Grave Robber. A little bit of, ooh, Repulsor Brace. That's gotta be good. This weapon is dog shit. There were 3 errors? What were the errors? Let me know. Some of the cells might have gotten autofilled, so let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Someone said synchronic roulette was too low. I put it fairly high, actually. Put it like mid-A tier. That's not even bad. It's not even bad. Because you have what? Attrition, chaos, some strand synergies, nanotech tracer missiles. It's not bad. It's not bad. Certainly not bad. I'm not gonna move it. I think where it is fine. I think where it is totally fine. You could argue maybe it's up here. But yeah, I don't know. I gave it some praise. I gave it some praise. It's not bad. It's not bad. And then, oh, we got some comments on Insidious, bro. People love Insidious. The only thing with Insidious that I'd like to revisit... Bro, it's in A tier. People are complaining about A tier? Bro. I thought I put it... Dude, the way people were talking about this shit, they were like, you put this thing in C tier or something. I was like, what? It's an A tier. Do I really gotta move it up? The only thing with Insidious that's an unknown factor to me is Enhanced Soul Drinker. Because I heard this is actually quite good. So I've heard it's quite OP, but I need to test it out. So I need to figure that out. But Insidious wise, like, I don't know. I'm looking at the pulses above it. Is it really better? I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. But it's still A tier. I don't know. I feel like, what do people want me to do? Move it higher in the A tier? Is that gonna make a difference? I don't know. Not really. Okay, wrong intrinsic stuns for Drang stuff. Factual. Factual. So we need to look for any freaky archetypes. I know lightweight is the same as rapid. Bows. Are there any freaky bow archetypes or not? Not really. Hand cannons. There's some freaky hand cannon archetypes, but it's lightweight, isn't it? Lightweight hand cannon. Yeah, lightweight hand cannon. I put overload though. I put overload. 1 second. Lightweight. Yeah, they're all correct. Okay, cool. And then pulses. I believe. Oh, hold on. I want to get rid of this balanced and thingy, the RPM shit. Let me get rid of some of this RPM nonsense that I've been putting into these tier lists. Not a fan of that stuff. Okay, I believe there is a pulse archetype, the what's it called? The Legacy PR55. Is this one have any special stuff going on? BXR? Or is it just, oh, it's anti-barrier. Oh, it's anti-barrier. Okay. I mean, that doesn't really change where it goes, but that is cool, I suppose. Actually, maybe I'll move it up a little bit. I could see it being like B. I don't know. I don't know. Where is Uncivil Discourse on the hand cannon tier list? This is a primary hand cannon tier list. Uncivil Discourse does not get tiered with those. They're not really in the same boat, as one might say. Scout rifles, no freaky stuff here. Okay, Together Forever is a freaky archetype. Drang. Still barrier though. Dynamic, get rid of the thingy in the brackets. Together Forever. And then SMG is Midas Synergy. Midas Synergy. Overload. Midas Synergy, Overload. And then Callus Mini Tool, Midas Synergy, Overload, good. And then Breach GLs, I believe there's some archetypes in here that are a little freaky as well. So we need to check in on those. Glaives, no. Shotguns, there's Midas Energy as well. Midas Energy, Unstoppable. Okay, so that does change that. I don't think there's any other Midas Energy shotguns. Snipers. Is there any freaky stuff when it comes to snipers? I don't think so. Yeah, no. Rocket sidearms. Okay, apparently Unfall has a different stun type than the others for some reason. Because it has the Together Forever frame. So it's actually Overload and not Unstop. Which is quite freaky. Oh, hold on. Okay, I guess we do this. Okay, so apparently... Let me just do this real quick. Okay, so these should all be unstop except for Unfall, which is Overload for some reason. Unfall. Micro Missile. Should we write the frame name? I mean, I guess we should be official with it, right? Should be official with it. So frame goes on the right side here. And then what's the width? 73? Okay. Frame. We got micro missile on everything except for this guy, which is Together Forever. Okay. Traces. I don't think any of the traces are different frames, so I probably don't need to touch those. I'll probably leave those alone. Heavy GLs, I don't think there's any weird frames. LFRs, LMGs. I don't think so. Rockets, no. Swords, I don't think there's any weird frames either. I'm a big fan of chips lately. What sort of chips are you a fan of, perhaps? Please let us know. Please let us know. Okay, so we got rid of the wrong intrinsic stuff. Legendary Kvostov. Someone was asking about that. Kvostov 7G02. It does have dealer's choice, I suppose. How do you even get this? Is it even enhanceable? Okay, I'm gonna assume this is not tier 5-able. Interesting. Should we put this in the tier list? Not really. It's what, a 600 with attrition? has dealer's choice. That's like the only weird thing about this. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna find that YouTube commenter and I'm gonna tell him that I'm not gonna put it. 1 second. What's his name? Kvastov. Okay, here it is. Okay, I looked at it and I probably won't add it to the list, but it would probably go, what is it? It's an attrition 600 with dealer's choice and shitty other per column. Where would that belong? Probably like what? C tier? Yeah. If anything, yeah, I'd be low C tier, maybe high D tier. Legendary Kvastov done. Mida to S. Hold on, I need to leave a pinned comment here. Couple changes so far. Mida mini tool to S. I somehow didn't catch that this SMG has basically the same perk spread and frame as Yeartide with an arguably better origin trait. DFA, I was aware of DFA and its EP/AO interaction. I think I'll do more testing and potentially move it again afterwards. Well, Insidious is pretty good, and I've already placed it at A tier. A lot of people have been commenting on its strength. I do think been told that enhanced Soul Drinker is very strong, so after I test that, I might prove it. Okay, cool. Bang. Looking good. So, let's go ahead and test Echo of Reprisal, because the compendium guy was asking me to test this. So we're going to test it. What do we need? Okay, chat. Let's that on. Attacker. I've probably heard like a couple tracks with, I think it was maybe a collab with Attacker. Is that how you say it, Attacker? I've definitely heard about the artist, and I've seen the artist's projects, but I haven't listened to them now. My DFA with accelerated assault is better at orbs than one without it. Well, yeah, I mean, of course. It's 2 orbs per mag instead of 1. Okay, so the compendium guy asked me to test something, so we shall test something. I must acquire a high superb stat. There we go, 111 superb. Let's just go ahead and make sure that we don't have any freaky artifact stuff on. That's like a useful artifact, a useless artifact for me right now. This is useless. We can take this off. Okay, so 111 super. Let's go ahead and do some testing. Okay. How many kills should I get in order to make this happen? Perhaps should I use Choir? Or perhaps I shall use Buried Bloodline? Or perhaps I shall use... What shall I use to get these kills? I guess I'll use Buried Bloodline. Okay, I'm gonna wait till I get a little bit of super. Triggers heal clip on the reload, is that true? No, it's not true. This is not true. It's not true. Are there new wish strats or just that vault stuff I seen your team practicing? There's a couple new strats, but nothing too crazy. We're running fulls today, if you want to watch. Should be in about an hour, I think. So, you know, hang around for that. Okay, let's, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I made an orb. Fuck, and I picked it up. Fuck. Fuck. What did I do? But turn comms on. Crow's a pussy. It's not happening. Sorry. Okay. Should I kill every ad? That's not gonna work. Okay, I guess I'll do... Did you figure out the inbounds line in Queen's Walk? Yeah. Heroes was on Wi-Fi, bro. He was on fucking Wi-Fi. He bought an Ethernet cable and suddenly it was fixed. Like, bruh. He didn't tell me he was on fucking Wi-Fi. This guy's trolling me, no? Actual troll. I got 10 kills. No reprisal, or I should say base, and then we'll do one with reprisal on. Where's reprisal? This one. Okay. Okay. He also said you could get a 9. I don't know what that guy's talking about. What? Who? Your teammate said that? I don't know what kind of crack he's smoking.
Hey,
how's Devour the Gun performing?
How's Devour the Gun performing?
Oh, I'm just using it to kill stuff. I'm not actually... I'm not like testing it or anything. I'm testing Echo of Reprisal because Compendium was asking about it. Okay, so let me open. I was joking to Savage and told him we were going for a 9. W troll, bro. W fucking troll. A 959 would be Aura. Bro, a fucking 1059 would be Aura. A 1059 would be Aura, bro. A 10 would be a crazy time. Actually, low-key, I haven't calculated new saw, but I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure a 10 would still be a crazy time with current strats. Unless there's some new shit that I don't know about. Where is it? Utils, super track. What's the syntax? Python.exe supertrack.py. Okay. Python.exe supertrack.py. What you can. Now and then. Base.mp4. What are you talking about? What do you mean? That literally exists. Okay, fuck off. Whatever. I'm just gonna put it here. You're going in the root directory, bro. Going in the fucking root directory, bro. I literally just did this. Okay, there we go. He'll come back to usurp the throne. Yeah, okay, bro. Reprisal. The Heresy Lotus Eater? I got bad news for you, pal. I got fucking bad news for you, pal. Okay, I shall send the data to the compendium guy. Let me just make sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Reprisal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay, so we start killing pretty fast. So we can assume this is the starting number. Mm-hmm. 8.367. Okay. So when do we start shooting? Like around 1 second? Probably here is correct. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 8.5. Okay. Let's do a little bit of math. So that is 23.8096%. That's a very big difference. What the fuck? Is that actually correct, those numbers? Okay, let me message the compendium guy. Okay, reprisal's pretty good. Me and Fiona Apple makes dolphin noises. Okay, hold on. 1 second, guys. Doing a little something. Okay, let me see this. Seven. Mm-hmm. Uh, 251. Yeah, bro. 251. 251. The last great Yay song. Whatever is this from? Ghost Town. Last great Ye song. Maybe. Hold on. Let me go see Donda track list. You might be right. Yeah, you might be right. Did Ye come out first or was it Kids See Ghosts? June 1st, 2018. Oh, I guess Kids See Ghosts came out after. I think Kids See Ghosts had some good songs on it. Y'all not fuck with Donda too? Nah, bro, we all fuck with Donda too. What GPU do you have? 5070 Ti. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6.17. Okay, so basically around here. Is the script just spitting out a I do not know. This is not my script. The script is basically what's going on here? I'm working on some stuff. I'm testing Echo of Reprisal for the Destiny Data Compendium person. He is wanting to know how much Echo of Reprisal does stuff. Just get a little bit of super. I still don't have yours. I don't think anyone does, actually. I don't think anybody does. I'm like mysterious, you know? I'm mysterious. Look at this Scion. Boom. Okay, surely that's like far enough to not be considered part of the surrounded range. Okay. Oh, I ran out of ammo. Fuck. What's the name of your emblem? I think it's called the Silhouette. Yeah, it's called the Silhouette. It's a Final Shape stream watching collector's edition reward or something, I think. 1, 2, 3. Oh, fuck. Okay, no, it's fine. I thought I made a big mistake there. Congrats. I think it's free. Pretty sure it's a free emblem, but thanks. I've been running this for a long time. I haven't really seen other people run it, but I think it looks good. It looks good with the other emblems that I run. That's why I run it. It's part of like a set, part of like a little set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 point. So 5 flat. Takes me over a second to start shooting. Okay. Probably here. Around 5 flat, I said, I think. Okay. Then divide this by 5. Does this actually go up to 5 enemies? Holy shit. What's the pin message in reference to? I genuinely have no idea. I can't see the pin message. I don't know what it says. I've got not a damn clue. Not a damn clue. Alright, we're inviting 5 scions to our house this time. Why not use emblems to flex? Well, a lot of the emblems are kind of ugly, you know? The ones that people use to flex. So, I don't know. I have some pretty emblems that I might change to one day, though, that look good. Okay, how many kills do I need? Is this 5 hats? Yeah. Okay, hold on. Rules listed doesn't have an origin trait. Oh, who was asking me about the someone said they ran like a script on the spreadsheet and it had some errors. Did they ever say anything, that person? I'm gonna scroll up and look. I might have missed their message. And Felix, thanks for the sub, by the way. I think that was 19 minutes ago, but I didn't see that. My bad. I don't know if that guy ever said. Oh, okay. I see the errors. Hold on. First BGL truth teller. Okay. Thank you. I think you're the same person, or maybe a different person. Hold on. First BGL truth teller. With the roles listed does not come with an origin perk. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I had the wrong role listed, so I have the right one now. Main ingredient and royal executioner do not have controlled burst. They have reservoir burst. I think I fixed main ingredient already. Somebody asked me to. Yeah, I got rid of this. I put reservoir burst instead. They have reservoir burst. Royal executioner. Does royal executioner seriously not have controlled burst? Oh my god, it doesn't. What the heck? Must have autofilled this shit by accident. Must have Gemini'd this shit. I must have Gemini'd this shit. This should go a little bit lower then. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Sorry, this is gonna be a little bit boring, chat. While I finish up with this. Reprisal 5. Do you think volatile marksman is enough of a boon to precision for damage void weapons to change your... Not really. Not really. It's 8, right? 6.3. 1.2. That's pretty clear. That was 8 kills, right? This seems quite interesting. Okay, I guess we're gonna do 6 enemies now. Would you like to hear the good word of our Lord and Savior, the hierarchy? Bro, I'm already a hierarchy of needs knower, bro. Don't you worry. I'm already a hierarchy of needs knower. Okay, that's 6. A little over 1. A little over 6.5. That's gotta be it. Hmm. Script ran successfully. Okay, thank you. What are the specs on your PC? I have a 9800X3D and a 5070 Ti and some other stuff, but that's like the main specs. Okay. Dude, how is this still scaling? What? Don't tell me it's gonna give me even more if I have 7 ads next to me. Nice check. Combat. 2, 3, 4, 5. $9950X3D? No, I have a 9800X3D. 9800X3D. I do not need 16 cores. Low pollers. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Go. Over here. Go. Ooh. Spread out a little bit. More. But why doesn't this thing have a HUD indicator? Where it just tells you how surrounded you are. Instead I have to do this stupid guess game. Okay, that's good enough. Okay. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 kills. Okay. And when do I stop shooting? .1. That's gotta be it. I guess I'm testing with 8 ads now. I mean, this fits a pattern. This one doesn't. I'm gonna retest 4. Let me retest 4 right now, actually. Go over here. Okay. How many kills did I get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. It's like right at 1 second. 4.4. Yeah, okay. Did I read it 2? I'll do 8 again. And I'll redo 2, I guess. So that seems like it's wrong. Doesn't Reprisal have like a 1 second internal cooldown? Does it actually? That would suck. So now I'd have to do basically everything again. I can check pretty easily. Doesn't look like it does. Yeah, the effect just fell off. So I killed all the ads. I don't know. That second kill seemed like it was... Maybe it does have a cooldown, actually. I don't know. Actually... I don't know. Yeah, I think it does have a cooldown. Well, I can check if, That's annoying. This is useless. I see. Well, I'm gonna have to redo these then. It should be fine though, I think. When are you starting runs? In about 20 minutes, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna redo this testing, because, like, why not? It's bad. Okay, require testing? No, I'm testing Echo Reprisal right now. Yo, chill. Okay. Actually, wait enough between shots there. I don't know. Let me see. No, I didn't. Did you just have attrition DFA yet? I tested it before. I know what it does. I just placed it maybe a little low. Could have placed it a bit higher. The main thing is I want to test the time it takes to actually produce an orb compared to multi-mock. I want like the actual number, so I can make a little investigation on it. I could turn that into a YouTube short, low key. But I'm too lazy. That would be a good YouTube short though. Be a good excuse to show people the power of hierarchy attrition orb bow. Okay. Insane addition to the playlist. It's a banger, bro. It's a banger. Couple frames. I don't think it's a couple frames. I think it's faster than that, but I'll check. Think of the meme of Squidward getting liquefied by the bikini bottom spiked crushing mechanism. Yeah, man? Exotic testing already? No, I'm testing Echo Reprisal right now. The compendium guy was asking me to test because I have super track. Or arc primary is just elementally cooked. Elementally cooked? I mean, you could put it that way. They're not the worst. But, they're not great. Why do you have Alloy Mag as the option for basically most hand cannons in the dock? Watch the intro of the most recent video I made. And it answers your question. This is 5, right? Yeah. Let's... I don't hit that. DPS rotation video one. It's a good question, bro. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, okay. We need to go again here. Oh, this is a banger. You think it fattens my hitbox if I sword block while I'm pushing them? No, it doesn't. Thank you for skipping that. Yeah, I didn't really want to listen to Boogie right now. I might take it off the playlist, to be honest. I don't think I like that song that much anymore. I don't know. I gotta add more stuff to my playlist at some point. Social playlist is just for quality of life. Yeah. Allo Inquire now. Um, you can. I think I already run it on Inquire. Yeah. I think I've run it for a long time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Okay. Okay, surely 6 is enough. Should I do 7? I'll do 7, just in case. Yeah, you have to shoot the brick directly. Like, your bullet has to literally hit the brick directly. I will do 7, but I'm not going to do more than that. I don't think Shootulu Cluster Bomb would even be good on a rocket. 3, 4, 5. Maybe for like Conquest or something. Shoot to loot bipod or something. That'd be kind of funny, I guess. I'd rather like Discord on a rocket though. 6. Need one more Scion. You're coming with me, buddy. Go. This guy's resisting arrest. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Masterwork column options. I don't even know what those are. I'm not gonna lie to you. Not a damn clue what those are. Masterwork for choir. Okay, but choir doesn't get masterworks. Oh, you mean catalyst? I usually take onslaught. I think onslaught is the best one. Let me see here. Would you say Exodus down or Coda still be better for getaway artists? Prismatic role requirement. I don't know. It kind of depends on what you're willing to do. Kind of depends on what you want to do. This on this side. Yeah. Okay. This. Oh my god. Okay, fine. I guess we're listening to Money Machine. What does Echo Reprisal do? It gives you more super energy on kills when you're surrounded. It's been used in speedrunning from time to time. I don't even need this shit, to be honest. Do the attrition orb shit after this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can you make a tier list of every YouTube creator who misinforms the community? That would take too long. Also, I don't know any of them. Is Iron Man 2 pieces 200 weapons better than Aspire 4 pieces? What? No special tier list today if the runs start in a few minutes. I could do the special tier list after runs are over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's 7. Puzzle 5. One. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dude, why did you call someone delusional? What even this? Hold on. Let me read the question. Iron Banner 2-piece with 200 weapons better than Spire 4-piece. For what? For damage? Is BLG just like the goats of failing when it matters most? No, BLG are not known as chokers. They're not chokers. They're just a good team. They're just a good team. And they just drafted poorly in game 5. BLG's definitely not a I don't think they're known as chokers. They literally won the last international and they came very close. I mean, yeah, they were expected to win this international and they were expected to win against HLE. But you know, people expected it to be close. So You want to play till I collapse? Okay. A Scion nerf in Overwatch? I don't play Overwatch. That's 8 ads. We can do 7 ads here too, just to keep things even. 15.5. Mundo does as he pleases. I mean, Mundo is balanced in the right circumstances. It's just HLE blinded 3 roles that or sorry, BLG blinded 3 roles that were just for no reason, basically. They just blinded 3 roles as their 1, 2, and 3. Which was quite interesting from them. They also made some bad plays as well. Like, I think unfortunately Shun kind of he played up very well for most of the games, but in game 5 he made some mistakes that were kind of costly. How is ranked league? I've been playing Aram Am and Quickplay for a minute. I haven't played ranked since March, so I don't really know very well. But I've heard it's not very good for top laners right now. Is this 7 ads? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it looks like 7. Frame is 1 point. Okay, I'm sending this to Compendium. Dude, I haven't heard this song actually forever. Oh, apparently we don't have runs today. Wait, what? Okay, apparently we don't have runs today. I did not know this, but I guess you don't have runs today. I guess we're doing special tier list. I was hoping we had runs. Apparently we don't, though. Okay, let's do some attrition orbs testing. Hmm. That's a lot of weapons. How much glimmer do I have? That's not a lot. Hmm. 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 Okay. Oh. What? What? Why does it go up? What the? Okay. Whatever, man. I do have a 40 size mag. I guess I have a 40 size mag. Bro, I was literally aiming right at the thing, bro. With a pocket full of shells. Hmm. think 23. This is good. Yeah, 23 shots. That seems about right. Hmm. Do I have an ever burning glitz? I think I do. No, I don't. Fuck. Guess we're gonna get veiled threat, bro. Scheiße. Does enhanced attrition orbs actually do anything that's like important? No, it makes the orbs bigger. Okay. Maybe we can go get a Gambit engram. Pretty sure you can focus breakneck at him. Oh my god, an Adele song. Wait, this isn't a rapid. I might be stupid. We need to get a freaking veiled threat. I need glimmer, bro. Oh, I need glimmer. I need glimmer. Do I have enough glimmer? Oh, I think if I go to Lawless, I can get... Ow. It's time to make a veiled threat. It's time. 35k. Oh my god. I think I need more glimmer. Level 8. Oh. Oh my god. Level 8. Bleeding me dry. Okay, how much does it cost? $10k. Scheiße. What can I get rid of? I have a bunch of hand cannons. Can I get rid of one of these? I think I need them for timing values. Okay, I have a bunch of Deimos effusions. Surely one of these can go right. Probably. Let's get rid of this one. And get rid of... Let's get rid of this one. What else can we get rid of? We have Nezarec Sins. I don't know, man. Sure, let's get rid of this one. There's some Vesper of Radius. That is terrible. Some Omnioculuses. Okay, guys, I can afford Veiled Threat. Let's go. I can afford this Veiled Threat. Let's go. Okay. Yo, is Spider in chat right now? Anyone know? Is Spider here? I don't know if Spider's here. It's not here. Okay. Not good. I have made some errors in this spreadsheet. Yeah. Yeah, I have made some errors in this spreadsheet, it seems. What did I use for aggressive burst? Yeah, I did use this. Well, lightweight today's for testing. Huh. This is not good. I'm glad you're liking it. Pig King. I think I used Heritage for this. Fuck. Mm-hmm. What aggressive frame did I use? .3. Let me see this. Fucking. Oh my god. Guys, there's a problem. Okay. Basically, kinetic primaries do 10% more damage to non-boss combatants, and I thought they got rid of this, but they did not. And some of the archetype tests were done with kinetic weapons. So there's a small problem here. So some things need to be fixed. Not gonna be more than 10% off, but some things need to be fixed. And explains why some of these weapons had different scalars than expected. Me and Spider were trying to figure out why the high impact scout was had higher scalars than we thought. And now I know why. This changes some things. The archetype average? Yeah, it doesn't change anything about the archetype analysis. It just means some of the archetypes are rated higher than they should be, which is fine. It's not the end of the world. I might shuffle around some stuff in the tier list now though. Yeah. I don't know how I don't know how this is supposed to work now, but I don't even know. I'm just gonna redo these, I guess. These should be fine, but these might not be. Or actually, these should be fine, because I'm pretty sure I didn't use a kinetic adaptive. I don't even have a kinetic adaptive. Okay. Okay, so what does this change? What does this change? Did it change anything for auto rifles? No. Did it change anything for bows? Um, same scalars. Okay. I need to put out a clarifying comment real quick.
Top of the table shotguns like the Rapid.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need to do some work to fix some stuff. But yeah, so give me a bit. 'Cause I'm gonna have to basically redo some of the tier placements. Okay, I have quite a bit of work to do because of this, but it's all good. This is still fine. Bows, yeah, I think lightweights are still a step down. The high impacts are quite bad though now. Those are their hand cannons. I would say adaptives are C tier now. Okay. We have some corrections to make. Okay, auto rifles tier list should not change at all. Bow tier list, there's a couple of high impacts that should move down. Specifically convened recurve. I think this should be B tier. Or should at least be lower in the A tier. I think B tier is fine. Actually, maybe. Why are we on primaries again? Spider, we have a problem. Okay, some of the archetypes were tested with kinetic samples, and kinetic weapons do 10% more damage to non-boss combatants. And that's why the high impact scout looked as good as it did. That's what happened. Thankfully, I didn't test with that many kinetic samples, but tested with some of them. So some archetypes moved around 10% down. Yeah. Yeah. It's fine though. It's chill. Let's see things for the prime. I don't think it's gonna affect most things too much. I think the hand cannon tier list will change a little bit. Yeah, I think. Actually, I don't know. Does Word of Crota go above Kindled Orchid because of this? When are you doing Wish? We don't have runs today because Heroes is not here. I didn't know. So why are you calling me boy? Fucking weird. I don't know what to do with the whole like 140 thing. Does it actually change any placements? I don't know if it changes any placements. I honestly don't know if it changes any placements. I don't know. Because someone was asking about the service revolver being here compared to Corundum Hammer. And yeah, if we account for it, the whole precision thing, it should be higher. I don't know how much higher though. I don't know. It's around here somewhere. It's like somewhere around here. Is it better than Vulpecula? I don't know if it's better than Vulpecula. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Which archetypes were affected? Auto rifles were not affected. Bows, high impact longbows and precisions were 10% higher than they should have been. So high impact bows look worse, and lightweights are around the same as precisions now, so it doesn't really change that much. Hand cannons, I think it was 140s look 10% too good, and spread shots look 10% too good, which spread shots doesn't really matter. Still doesn't change their damage profile that much. And then adaptives, it just means that they're worse than 180s. But if I'm looking at the tier list right now, and like I don't really see anything where it's like a 140 is placed higher than a 180 or like higher than it should be. I literally said during the video, like, I was confused because, like, I don't know why the 140 is beating the 180. It doesn't make any sense, but now we know why. And then pulses, I believe aggressive burst pulses were 10% too high and lightweights were 10% too high. So, this does make lightweights look a bit worse, I would say. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't move things that much. I mean, for the people that wanted Insidious to move higher, I guess it makes that a little bit worse. Posterity above Nation now? Not necessarily. I don't know about that. Posterity's problem has always been that Voltshot is kind of an awkward archetype to have on a hand cannon. And then Nation of Beasts is here because jolting feedback after its buff is pretty decent on hand cannons. It doesn't require you to reload, obviously. And then Gear Shift jolting is just, you know, higher damage than what Posterity can pull off besides redirection on tankier targets. So it's like, I don't know. I don't think that's enough to put Posterity higher than it is right now. Yeah, no, it's kind of fine where it is, I think. And then for here, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if anything moves up. Scout rifles. Oh yeah, scout rifles high impacts are moving down. I mean, Loki pointed inquiry is not that far off from where it should be. I think it should still be in the A tier though. There are a lot of okay. High impact scout is probably the one that's affected the most, I would say. I'm probably gonna move some high impacts down. Yeah, this complicates things quite annoyingly, I would say. I'm gonna group the high impacts together and just chunk them all somewhere. Holy shit, there's so many of them. Okay. This is actually annoying. Where does this go now? Okay, what I can do is just like get rid of the comments on high impacts, or not the comments. Actually, no. I should probably get rid of the comments as well, Because I probably wrote something about the frame. There's so many high impacts, bro. Okay. Now we figure out where to put the high impacts in every single tier. So, scout rifle wise, I mean, high impacts are not that bad. They're like, it's still better than lightweights and precisions for whatever reason. Love a video on what you think are outliers for mid-level content. Mid-level content. That's interesting. Hold on. Okay. Where should I put the scholar? The scholar. I mean, honestly, it's. I might just put it where it was before. Because, like, it's worse than Fang of Your Ute, but this is a worse frame with similar quality perks. Yeah, I don't know. What's up with high impact scouts? I made some math errors and they were a little bit too high. They're not actually the best frame scout in the game. They are the 4th best scout rifle frame in the game. Rapid scouts on top again. Yep. I mean, I guess Hung Jury is a kinetic. Okay. Inbound surveillance. Okay. Steel clip incandescent. Outcomes and primaries are being moved. I made a mistake, and some of the minor scalars and elite scalars were calculated with kinetic primaries without accounting for the 10% non-boss combatant damage increase. And so some of the archetypes appeared to be 10% higher than they should have been. It was like, I want to say like 7 or 8 of them. Something like that. Which archetypes are those? Specials are 15% in case you tested with those. Yeah, I also fixed the specials. But the specials were not impacted because there was not a single kinetic special that is used for ad clear, whose data I referenced for placement. It was like snipers and stuff, which are like, I didn't reference their ad clear score at all. But I fixed them anyway. So it'll change some of the mid-tier stuff. It basically changed nothing in the top tiers. So it's nothing to worry about. But I want to fix it to be correct. Adaptive autos and lightweight SMGs weren't impacted. No, they were not. Autos were not impacted at all. I didn't use any kinetic weapons. And for SMGs, aggressive burst SMGs moved down. But besides that, no, I don't think anything got affected for those two weapon families. Are fusions still terrible? Yeah, this has nothing to do with fusions. There's no kinetic fusions. I switched EP to redirection. Was that a good idea? Sure. Some people like that role. Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you, Lamb. Okay. What are you doing here, Loomis? What are you doing here, buddy? Did you ever play any of the Zelda games? When I went to like daycare when I was younger, I think I did. But I didn't really play. I don't really play super extensively now. Did I do anything weird with any of the other SMGs? I don't think so, right? It's just a burst. Peculiar charm. I honestly don't really think this moves much. Yeah, honestly doesn't move. And then whatchamacallit also doesn't really move. I mean, it's maybe a little worse than Antidate now. But I don't think it moves much. Probably like around here somewhere. Yeah, like around here is fine. Loomis, what are you saying, bro? What are you saying, bro? Oh, banger. I know Loomis loves this one. You love this one, Loomis? Let me know. Let me know. Why is Loomis in my fire team? Okay, let's finish the special tier list real quick. They should be a lot faster than the primary tier list, I think. Hopefully. We'll see. Yo, guys, you think we should go auxiliary reserves or low impedance windings? What do you guys think? 11 shield duration, 5 reload, or 16 shield duration minus 9 reload? Because, like, for what it's worth, I honestly don't think decreasing the reload does anything to Glaives. No, they're both shield duration. It's just one of them is minus reload. It's like net minus 14 reload for a plus 5 shield duration. So it's like, I don't really know. Probably low impedance windings. Because, like, the most shield duration? Okay, sure. We'll just do auxiliary reserves then. We'll do auxiliary reserves. And then for the mag, I usually go swap mag, honestly. But, basically like having a quick access sling on. But realistically, you probably want alloy mag. I would reckon. Alloy magazine. Or you could potentially go... What is it, like appended mag? Maybe? Appended magazine. I could see that being an option. Oh wait, that doesn't even make a difference. Never mind. Don't run appended mag. Just run alloy. Just run alloy. Or perhaps swap mag if you're cool. Like me. I'm cool. So I run swap mag. Okay. Let's begin. Let us begin chat. Yo, Spider, do you know if ammo gen stat is counted on glaive melee kills or no? Oh, there's 0 ammo gen? Yeah, I low-key might look at the kinetic weapons and consider moving them up because of the kinetic bonus thing. But I don't know how much. It's only 10%. Which is not a lot, but I could move them up. I could. I could. It's like, is that enough to put Scathe Lock in the S tier? It's like, I don't think so.
I mean, no, I don't think so. I think it's better than Abyss Defiant, maybe. You can do that. Don't mind that. Fatebringer? Where's Fatebringer? That's not how you spell it. I wrote Tabe. Shout out Tabe. Fatebringer? Does Fatebringer deserve to move into the A tier? I don't know about that. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, the perks are really not that different from Midnight Coup. So I don't think it should have been in the B tier to begin with. Is new Fatebringer not better than Midnight Coup? Because you have like, the only thing you don't have would be like Firefly 1 for all. But it's like you have KT Firefly, which is arguably even nicer. Even nicer. Yeah, I should probably move Fatebringer higher. KT is so ass on Hankin. Oh yeah, that's true. It does have the reduced scaling and stuff. Yeah. Firefly Ancillary Ordnance. That could be the method. Stomped in the ground. Scaling's really good. They just take 12 years. Let me see this. Where's kinetic tremors? Hand cannons? It's only 4. That's not that bad. Yeah, 4 is really not that bad. EP proc for KT. Yeah. Used to be 5 and then buffed. I feel like 4 is not that bad, yeah. 4 is not that bad. I don't know where to put Fatebringer, bro. I'll just leave it here. It's definitely at least in the A tier. At minimum. It was bad. It was bad. Okay. Let's do the glaive tier list real quick. Rake Angular. What does this thing have? It has Overflow. It has Lead from Gold. It has Rhyme Stealer. Hold on. We need to visit the glaive compendium. That's not how you spell compendium, but good enough. I need to see if Rhyme Stealer works with the melee. Rhyme Stealer. Action can proc it, but will not benefit from it. Doesn't seem like it works on the melee. Wait, what does it mean action can proc it, but will not benefit from it? What does that even mean? If it procs Rhyme Stealer, then you get Frost Armor. Genuinely nothing? Okay. Well, then you probably wouldn't take Rhyme Stealer. I don't know, dude. Rhyme Stealer is an exception. Does it work? If it does work, then I'll put it here. In fact, it would probably be above here. Ah, interesting. Okay. Oh, this gets heretical behavior now. That's cool. Glaive melees require 8 hits. Well, that's not great. You would honestly probably take Willing Vessel for like neutral, but I guess we can say you run heretical behavior. It could be either of them, to be honest. Okay, what does this thing have? Oh, slice glaive. Nice. We're reconnecting. Not nice. Why am I reconnecting? Leave page. Bro, why am I getting HTML viewed on my own spreadsheet? Oh my god. Also, I'm replenishing Aegis on glaives. I think it's okay. I don't think it's that amazing. Melee does not. Okay, that's what I thought. There we go. Slice glaive. Nice. What else? Chain reaction, first column. That's kind of freaky. Okay. I like that. It's a little freaky. Does slice apply to your actual glaive melee? How to find out? Slice? No, doesn't work. That's fine. Oh, it has close to melee first column. You are right. You are right. You are so right. I'd probably replace this. Yeah. Okay. Mega kill clip on a glaive. Does that work with melee kills? They don't know. Okay. This is weapon kill. I'm gonna assume it doesn't count. Has chaos reshaped. Interesting. I don't even know what else you would run here. I guess just those two perks. I don't know why you would run a damage perk. That's not chaos reshaped. Grave robber low-key good, no? Not really. Because grave robber implies that you're using this for melee purposes, and if you're using this for melee purposes, what are you taking in the second column? What are you taking in here? I mean, I guess you could take chaos. But I don't know. You'd rather have close to melee is in the other column. It's in the same column as grave robber. It's kind of awkward. Forthcoming deviants. What did they give you? They gave you repulsor brace. I'm assuming glaive melee counts for repulsor brace at least. So that looks nice, I guess. You want repulsor destab on a glaive? I mean, you could. You definitely could. It has collective demolition. Okay. I would say repulsor is probably the best thing in the first column. Repulsor brace. And what else? What else? What else? I doubt dimensional shift is really worth it. Reconstruction is like decent, I suppose. Reconstruction. Should we put demolitionist? I'm gonna put demolitionist. Second column, I would say destabilizing rounds. Say chaos reshaped. And that's pretty much it. I mean, maybe chain reaction if you want to be freaky. Okay, glaive, I think does... Okay, please tell me glaive melee stacks count for redirection. And no, they don't. Of course they don't. Of course they don't. Are you really proccing repulsor destabilize on this? I mean, you could... The idea with repulsor destabilizing is you could shoot one ad and it would make everything near it volatile, and then you could just melee all the other ads, and then that would proc repulsor brace repeatedly without you needing to shoot more. That's like, I don't know. I guess that's not that impressive. I don't know. Like, no hesitation be upgraded through tiers like normal drop weapons. Yeah. It also doesn't cost anything. I'm pretty sure it's an upgraded crafted weapon. Oh, I guess that works for that. Oh yeah, it needs to be 30, yeah. Envious Assassin is actually an interesting perk to have on a glaive. But I still think Overflow is maybe better. Can you tell me if I'm throwing or not for loving Slayer's Fang and using it in DPS? I think Slayer's Fang is on the border, I would say. If I saw someone using Slayer's Fang on my team in like a 5 feet Pantheon, I would definitely question them, maybe. If we were wiping. If we weren't wiping, I wouldn't say anything. But if I saw someone shooting Galron with, you know, on 5 feet with a Slayer's Fang, I might have some questions for them, yeah. But if you're just doing normal shit, it's fine. Yeah, if you're doing like a normal Vogue or something and you're using Slayer's Fang, sure. I mean, someone might make fun of you, just to be honest. Someone might be like, why the fuck are you doing that? But it's not like terrible. You're not like shooting the boss with Tommy's matchbook, you know? I think I have a repulsor brace glaive. Apparently I don't. I lied. If repulsor brace... I mean, I should just go and try and get one. Why is Loomis here again? He's just AFK my fire team. I got the glaive. Okay, try it. Let me know. Because that will determine whether or not repulsor brace will go on some of these glaives for sure. Let's do the non-void glaives first. Armor set wise, what's your biggest chase? I haven't actually farmed much armor yet. The only armor I've farmed is like a little bit of Spire and a little bit of Kingsfall and a little bit of Og. Because my teammates needed me to get that stuff. Cataclysm still block team shots? It's not supposed to. Hold on. Okay, Lubri's Ruin. First column, close to melee. I like that. Like that, I like that. Other perks, I don't like that. I don't like the other perks. They don't make me happy. Frenzy is potentially okay. Nah, you're not even taking Grave Robber on this. What am I saying? What a terrible first column. I guess immovable object. Sure. Fucking immovable object. Immovable object's actually kind of underrated, I think, but it's not that good. A title? No, I don't know a title. I don't think so. At least. No problem, Sean. How do you look for the armor stats? Like, do you think you approach it differently than other people do? I think a lot of people use armor picker. I don't tend to because, I don't know. I just kind of don't really like doing that. Late melee do not proc repulsor brace. A JJ. A JJ. A JJ. Maybe we should just focus on making defensive glaives then. I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know, man. Oh, I totally forgot. Disruption break is actually good on glaives. I forgot about that. You guys know that? Disruption break is good on glaives. You run tech sec. I was told about that tech. I was told about that method. There's an ancient Chinese method. I don't know why it's Chinese or what makes it Chinese, but there's an ancient Chinese method. Disruption break close to melee. Ancient Chinese method, bro. They're in a clan called Ascension. I think I've heard of a clan called Ascension, but I don't know who that is. Disruption break close to melee. Those who know. Any shielded elites in your way, you break their shield with tech sec, and then you nuke them down with the disruption break bonus because melee damage is of course kinetic. Bang. Bang. Cooked and done. Cooked and done. As the great SpongeBob SquarePants would say, cooked and done. Low-key destabilizing grounds better than chain reaction. Low-key. Low genuinely. Weird ass random friend request. True. True. I don't know. Maybe it's like an AI art bot. Maybe someone got hacked or something. The heron. What are we putting on the heron? The heron. The heron. Oh, this one has disruption break too. Oh. 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 Oh, it's an in-game friend request. Oh, you mean like on Discord? On Discord, I randomly get friend requests from like AI art bots like all the time. Not all the time. Maybe like once a week. So maybe it's, I don't know, someone got hacked or something. Oh, unrelenting on a new weapon. That's interesting. What if I put unrelenting on this glaive? What you guys know about unrelenting? Unrelenting is tech. Doctor, heal yourself. Oh. Should I put Impulse first on this glaive? I don't even know. So many glaives get let from gold. Good for you, glaives. Good for you. Wow, the second column is some butt cheeks. Some butt cheeks. I'm putting Frenzy on it. That's how you know it's bad. Adaptive Munitions. That's how you know it's bad, because it's a barrier glaive. It's a barrier glaive. Adaptive Munitions could be good. You never know. Look at that. 35% per hit, up to 70%. Bang. Could be crazy. Ecliptic Distaff. Yo, Grob, thanks for the 5 gifteds. Will there be an exotics update? Of course, of course. Just a Dream by Yell? Okay. Yo, Savage Bolt, can you believe Hero's Blood was hating on the primary video? And it's doing the best. It's doing the best of all the videos so far. And he was hating on it. I'm kind of surprised, honestly. Because it's just 50 minutes of yapping. But, you know. It's doing well, I guess. Hey, this one has Disruption Break too. They're giving Disruption Break to everything. They gotta stop. They gotta stop. They gotta freaking stop. Suppressing Glaive with Repulsor Brace. Ugh. Ugh. Fine. 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 I'm about to kick your ass up and down this street. Okay, realistically, demo's not that important on a glaive. I forgot about the freaking suppressing glaive thing, bro. If we're saying defense over offense, it should be like this, actually. Dire Promise Overflow. Very important. Seeing forthcoming? Oh, yeah. I mean, it applies to all of these. Ranking armor sets as well? Yeah, I already did that. It's on my channel. But also it's in here. It's set bonuses. It's over here. You fell down at the skate park today? Yeah? That's not good. Do you like scrape your knees or something? And clap. Did you say hang me from a yo-yo rope? That can't be good. Trying to not work on glaive melee. Ha! I got bad news for you, bro. Nothing works on glaive melee. Except for close to melee. Because it's literally called melee. Wait, withering gaze on that glaive. What the fuck? Okay. Sure. I guess. Mega kill clip. Mega kill clip. Butterfly, bro. That is criminal. That is criminal. Heel clip on the glaive. Heel clip on the glaive. What do we think? What do we think? Heel clip on the glaive. We're not thinking about anything. There's nothing to think about. Box breathing? Okay. I thought this was a troll. I thought they, like, were gonna change this to something else. Hmm. A lot of good stuff on this. Butterfly box breathing works. Yeah, we're using butterfly box breathing on the glaive. That was the Gropula song. Yeah, no problem, Josh. Close to melee. And what else? I'm assuming Mega Kill Clip doesn't work with glaive melee kills, so probably just chain reaction and incandescent. Sounds like a Sabrina Carpet song. Sabrina Carpet. The Enigma. What do we use on the Enigma? Don't diss yell like that. Is that a diss? You don't fuck with Sabrina Carpet? do got Psycho Hack. I do got Psycho Hack, bro. And like Thresh for some reason, I guess. Thresh jump scare. Is this still the only glaive to ever get autoloading? It actually might be. Is there any other glaive perks in the first column that we want to put? Not really. Maybe Impulse Amplifier. Refusal and Unexpected have it? Oh, really? What? You freaking lied to me! What the heck? Oh, the old version had it. Interesting. Volchok glaive. Chills. Wait, it has Wait, it has impulse in both columns? What? Okay, I'm assuming that's a bug. And that's not supposed to be there. Nah, probably surrounded. Double impulse. Okay. Mulligan. Okay. Jolting feedback glaive. Yes. Arc gotta be the worst type of glaive, because Volt Shot and Jolting feedback are both terrible on a glaive. Absolute dog shit. Wait, field prep. Wait, field prep. Wait. What do you even use on this? Melee momentum. Using melee momentum. Beacon rounds, perhaps? Beacon rounds. I don't know, bro. Impulse amplifier. You got field prep. You got lead from gold. We're putting field prep on. No, we're not putting field prep on. What am I saying? We're not putting no field prep on. We can put a movable object. I'm putting a movable object. Immovable objects. Immovable objects. What else do we have besides close to melee? You put on unrelenting. Jeez, bro. Unrelenting. Ugh. Grassy luck. Doesn't seem bad with how fast glaive reload is. It's still like one of the worst weapon types to have Volt Shot on, I think. Goodbye, Shekla boy. Shekla boy. Probably would still take gravity well on this thing. I think melee momentum is actually not bad. Yeah. You don't get gravity well though? Yeah, you do. This is the Red and the Night version. Should I put melee momentum on some of these? I don't know. Melee momentum is like basically just allows you to, if you're running like offensive glaive, you don't ever need to like shoot enemies to get blocking energy, but like I don't know, I feel like that's kind of not that helpful. Rather have another perk in the first column. Subtle nod to Destiny 2. Could be actually, yeah. Never know. Oh, this is the classic demo Wellspring Glaive. This is clutch. What? Cap and gown. The grenade stick. Indeed. The free cheese. Closing time on a glaive? What? What? Okay, so what's the best glaive in the game? Anyone know? Oh, it's gotta be the wood ones. It's gotta be the void ones, and of the void ones, it's gotta be the heron, because the heron's aggressive, and yeah. Boom. There we go. Guys, the heron is the best glaive in the game, okay? Just want you to know. Beacon rounds, Beacon rounds is a self-report. If you need beacon rounds on your rocket pulse, and you like seeing your rocket track around like D1 Truth, you're a noob. You are a noob. Low-key, all the void glaives that have repulsor should probably move up. Should probably move up. I mean, this is like basically as good as this. We are all on field prep and air trigger. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's what I like to. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Hmm. Hmm. Ecliptic Distaff is the best glaive in the game. I've decided. The Glaive Council has come together and decided Ecliptic Distaff is the best glaive in the game. You're welcome. What else do we have? Forthcoming Deviants. Forthcoming Deviants. Does this even have anything that makes it worth using over the... Not really. Yeah. Basically just worse than top two glaives due to frame and origin. Is this a S? I don't know. Do we have only these two in the S tier? I don't know. Let me know. Let me know. Rake angle. What do we do with rake angle? I feel like shield clip is not that useful anymore. Like, it's useful. Don't get me wrong. It's useful. But I do think the slice glaive is potentially better. Slice chaos reshaped. That's freaking OP. That is freaking OP. You know what I mean? That's freaking OP. I'm analyzing right now. I'm analyzing. I'm analyzing. Okay. Refusal of the call. S tier. Bang. Is rake angle S tier? Is rake angle S tier? Does Soul Drinker count melee hits? We need to know. We need to know. Soul Drinker, melee, no. Because this game hates fun. Fun is not allowed. No more fun. Fun is not allowed. Hello, Bumblebee. Hello, Bumblebee. Brumblebee. Is close to melee chaos reshaped even good? No. No, it's not. No, it is not. Bang, A tier. Does Rake Angle really get that special treatment? I'll give it S. I'll give it S. I'll give it S. I'll give it S. Okay, Lubra's Rune, you can get A tier, right? Lacks some defensive utility. Soul Drinker doesn't work on melee hits, and consequently has low uptime. That's not going to fit in the cell. Yeah, no. And thus has low uptime. Nezarex Whisper, Extrovert, classic. Extrovert is a classic. Greasy Luck, 18 shield duration. Laugh at this user. Laugh at this user. Laugh at this user. Laugh at him. Laugh at this user. The Enigma. Dude, I don't even know what order to put these glaives in. It's hard. It's hard work. Is there going to be 2 glaive tiers? No, I feel like this stuff is definitely like B tier. We're probably going to have 3 glaive tiers. In my opinion. Psycho Hack is pretty good on a glaive, TBH. Psycho Hack is pretty good on a glaive. Sacrifices too much in stats. I wish Tiger Side was A tier because the Bouldering Burst 1 for all synergy. I mean, if 1 for all was like a much higher damage perk or something and much harder to activate, I would maybe look into that, but let's see here. Where's Tiger Spite? Tiger Spites. You want 1 for all over Kinetic? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's also not a very good archetype. Has no attrition. I mean, if Origin Story with the same frame and attrition kinetic isn't in the A tier, I don't think Tiger Spite deserves to be in the A tier. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Sacrifices too much in shield duration for having essentially the same role as Lubre. Unexpected Resurgence.
Hmm. Not a fan. Not a fan of that one. What about this? That's not great either. Yeah, glaives are pretty strong. They're pretty good if you do not want to die. You know, they're pretty good for that, I would say. One might say. Judgment of Calgrath. This is low-key useful for, demo slash pugilist plus wellspring. Is one of the highest ability chunk region sources in the game. I would give this probably like here. Is Backfang the worst? No, it's probably unexpected. I feel like autoloading is definitely lower value these days. Okay, that's the glaive tier list. That's the glaive tier list. Would you consider it niche for deliverance being? Yes, 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 yes. It's not even just like niche. It's just like not even that helpful, really. Niche would imply that it's like very helpful, but only in some circumstances. And I don't think there are circumstances where that's like really super important. I do not think so. Okay, shotguns. Glaives are kind of boring. Let's look at shotguns. We have a lot of shotguns to analyze. So let's take a look at these shotguns. Let's take a look at these shotguns. Who has pinged me? I must locate the ping location. Okay, shotguns are actually... So, of all the tier lists we've done so far, shotguns might be the first important one. So, let's get it going. All right. Reset, reset, reset. Perfect paradox. What do we got? Perfect paradox. Perfect paradox. What do you even want in the first column now? I don't fucking know. Pugilist. Stopping power. Freaking stopping power, I guess. Bewildering burst. Okay, please don't take bewildering burst on this. Probably threat remover. Or no, threat detector probably, not remover. Second column, these days, I mean, 1-2 punch is still fine. And then, trench barrel is obviously good. And then if you really want, you can do all star. But,
I'm not even gonna mention All-Star. Actually, I can see it. No, not really. I'll just write All-Star, whatever. Heritage. Okay, Heritage has a lot of stuff. These days, I think Redirection might be the only perk you would take on this gun. Seriously. Yeah, I think Redirection might be the only perk you take on this gun. I could see maybe Reconstruction. But it's pretty much just Redirection now. And then second column, what do we have? Recombination. That's interesting, I guess. Not really. We have recombination. We have, I guess, I would say Cascade Point is more important, and then aggregate charge. Aggregate charge. Okay. That's it for Brain Inheritance. Let's go Unvoiced. I heard they got rid of honing on this thing. So if you don't have an Unvoiced with redirection honing, like me, then GG. But it's fine. It's like 30%, whatever. Okay. Bait and switch. Oh, they got a frenzy on it too. Oh, interesting. Okay. Redirection. Fourth time's the charm. Okay. So far, I would say the order of these weapons is probably correct. Yeah, I'd say it's probably correct so far. Found verdict. Ooh, banger. Bianger. Aggregate charge obviously going to be first. And then we probably put Discord. And the rest is kind of not relevant. I mean, I guess rewind rounds maybe, but for the most part, just aggregate and Discord. And then we want trench barrel, which is good. What did I just do? Okay, trench barrel. We want elemental honing. That's decent. You could argue 1-2 punch, I guess. Actually, you can definitely argue 1-2 punch. Yeah, you can definitely argue 1-2 punch. In fact, it should be second place. Gear shift. Gear shift? No. If gear shift was first column, absolutely yes. I wouldn't say so. Actually, I can kind of see your gear shift. Kinda. A little bit. I can maybe see it. Perhaps. I'll put gear shift. Yeah. Honing is kind of annoying. Okay, let's take a look over here. Basso Ostinato. Okay, this is definitely better than this, by the way. This is also probably better than this. Found verdict might be better than Perfect Paradox. It's possible. I'd say it is, yeah. Okay. Basso Ostinato. What did they give to this thing? Not a lot. We got Grave Robber, which is fine. And Discord, which is fine. I think that's about it. And then second column, we get 1-2 punch, which is fine. And then we have Trench Barrel, which is fine. And that's about it. Nice. I think this is actually the best energy 1-2 punch shotgun in the game, if I'm not mistaken, for general use. I'm pretty sure. But I have to check some of the others. But from my vague recollection, I think this is the best one. So we'll move it probably here above Unvoiced. I think Unvoiced is a lot less relevant now. Let's take a look at One Small Step, which is now a stasis shotgun. Bet you didn't know that. Stasis shotgun. What does this thing have? It has... What the hell? Okay, it's got some stuff. We've got Grave Robber. And we have Lead from Gold. And we have in the second column some things. For sure. Definitely some things. We have 1-2 punch and we have Trench Barrel. Okay. Threat level. I wonder where we will put this this shotgun. It's hard to know where we might end up putting this shotgun. You never know, really, where a shotgun like this might go. You really never know. Probably Lead from Gold. I mean, you can go Grave Robber too, actually. Like Grave Robber. And then second column, I really wonder what perks we shall put on this shotgun. It's really hard to tell. It's really hard to know. This thing doesn't get 1-2 punch. Really? Doesn't get 1-2 punch? Really? Really, man? Really? I guess I give it Grave Robber. Oh, wait. It's 1-2 punch at the first column. Oh. Oh. Yeah, then go grid. Like, go lead from gold then. All-Star, Trench Barrel, and... Hold on. Let's do some eliminations here. No. 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 And then of these three, what do we take? This is so hard. This is like the 3 horsemen and like the lame brother. This is like the 3 horsemen of damage perks. What do we pick? I don't know. I don't freaking know. I'll put aggregate charge or something. I don't know. Okay. Ikelos SG. Oh, I forgot to move it. Threat level is going up here. Good job, threat level. Okay. Ikelos Short Gun. Is if you want some healing for 1-2 punch, I can't lie. I guess. Yeah, I don't know why you would... Actually, now that I think about it, you're right. Because, like, I don't know why you would ever use aggregate charge over All-Star. I don't know why you would be in a situation of that nature. Okay, Ikelos Short Gun. Ikelos Short Gun. This one has Grave Robert. Grave Robert. And also, I guess it technically has Threat Detector, but I'm not putting that. We have Grave Robert, and we have 1-2 punch, and we have Trench Barrel, and we have Surrounded. Good job. Good job, Ikelos SG. Ikelos SG will be moving above OSS. And yeah. Arcane Embrace. Arcane Embrace. This one is getting 4th times the charm. And basically nothing else. Basically nothing else. 4th times the charm. And aggregation charge. And potentially even a surrounded. And that's it. That's all it's getting. That is all you are getting. Maybe Grave Robber. I will allow you the Grave Robber. I will allow you the Grave Robber. Actually, I could allow you the Reconstruction as well for swap stuff. I can allow you that. Until its return. Where does Arcane Embrace go? Let me take a look here. Yeah, no, it's worse than that. Sure. Okay, this gets auto-loading, holster, and also overflow. And it also gets surrounded, and cascade point, and trench barrel. Wow, so smart. Is this more useful than Arcane Embrace? I would personally say probably not. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know anything. Blasphemer. Blasphemer. They have given this one some new Perkingtons. Unfortunately, it is a slug shotgun, which is very bad news. Very bad and sad news for those who like doing damage. 4th times the charm and all-star. That is what we are working with here, in fact. That is, in fact, what we are working for here. A sudden death. A sudden death. Oh, this is the Red in the 9 version. Okay. What does this one have? Ooh, Discord aggressive frame. Ooh. 1-2 punch. A little bit of Discord. And we have, oh, redirection. Okay, interesting, interesting. And you got trench barrel as well. Ooh. Very interesting. Okay, so this one, I'd say Discord redirection, aggressive shotgun. I would honestly use that over the Blasphemer. And that's about as far as I'd go. Okay, Imperial Decree. This one has auto-loading holster, which we like. And it also has trench barrel, which we also like. And it also has surrounded, which we also like. And this one is going to go over here. And it is probably going to go right around here. This is good. Maybe here, because auto-loading is nice. And yeah, I think that's good. Pure Recollection. This one can actually go above here. IMHO. This one can go potentially in this vicinity. Pure Recollection. Pure Recollection. Interesting, interesting. This one has Envious Arsenal. and high impact reserves in the first column. A little interesting, a little bit interesting. And then you have Withering Gaze. And you have Bait and Switch. And excellent work. Sword Logic on Blasphemer. No. Pure Recollection. For a tool in which you might die by shooting the wall next to you. This one will go a bit higher. It is quite useful for that purpose. In fact, I would put it in this vicinity. In this neighborhood, one might say. Probably in this area. Right around here. Starscape Null. What a cool name. Can we agree this is one of the coolest weapon names I have ever seen in my life? Unfortunately, it will not be going many places. Unfortunately. Where shall we put this fine looking weapon? First of all, rewind rounds. Potentially reconstruction as well. And then Envious Arsenal. And then we have in the second column, aggregate charge. But also we have 1-2 punch. 1-2 punch. And also we have trench barrel. Aggregate charge will realistically be put over here. Okay, where does this gun go? It is a 1-2 punch trench barrel shotgun. However, it is a lightweight, which means we shall reduce its score slightly. And on top of that, it lacks Grave Robber in the first column, instead opting for several perks which may eventually lead to you needing to reload, which is suboptimal. So where shall we put this? Let's put it above a sudden death. That is my opinion. Swordbreaker. Swordbreaker. What have they given to Swordbreaker? Oh, they gave it slice. A little bit of slicing. That's interesting. That's interesting. Not every day that you see a slice shotgun. Certainly not. Well, I would say slice and then potentially demolitionist. For grapple melee purposes. Actually, some of these others have demo, don't they? Hold on. Basso Ostinato. Does it have demo in the first column? Actually, we can check. Very simply. Using the perk 1 feature. Oh, Basso Ostinato. In fact, has demolitionist in the first column. Which means we have to give it a little bit of leeway for this, as demolitionist is a powerful perk for grapple melee utilization. Indeed. Okay. Back to Swordbreaker we go. Let's have a little look here. Slice, demolitionist. What else do we have? Oh, a little bit of 1-2 punch. We also appear to have some aggregate charge and chaos reshape that have been added to this gun. Unfortunately, I will be opting for Chaos Reshaped and potentially Surrounded as well. But no aggregate charge. This weapon, where shall we put this? It is most certainly better than Blasphemer. Where else might we put this weapon? In my opinion, 1-2 punch trench barrel, aggressive shotgun, not particularly impressive. Slice on a shotgun, maybe a little bit interesting. Where might we put this weapon? I think it is a little bit worse than Starscape Null. Same frame. Same frame. Yeah, a little bit worse, in my opinion. Interesting. Let's take a look at Xenoclast 4. Xenoclast 4. This weapon appears to be tier 5-able, meaning that the perks might be enhanced. This was a problem in previous iterations of Xenoclast 4. Let's take a look at some of these perks. Take a look at some of these perks. Just make sure this is the most modern version of the shotgun. Let's take a look over here. Frame is meaty damage. Well, the thing is needing to reload the gun. Not very optimal. Not very optimal. I can kind of see it. But, we're living in a world. I don't know, maybe you're right. Perhaps we will
elevate its position slightly. How much do we elevate it, though? I would say in this meta, it's probably more relevant than Until Its Return. I'll leave it here for now. Not terrible to manually reload. I did think about that. That's why I paused in the middle of my sentence. I said, oh, you know, you might be right. Does Warlock have anything as mobile and amazing as Roam as the Stasis Titan build everyone is using these days? I'm not sure, honestly. I'm not really a build guy right now. I'm more of a looking at 900 weapons guy. When I get to builds, I'll let you know. Ooh. Xenoclast 4. Let's take a look here. What might we utilize on Xenoclast 4? Grave Robber is an option. Lead from Gold is also an option. But that's about it. Autoloading holster, not particularly appealing to me on this weapon. We have 1-2 punch. We have trench barrel. We have surrounded as well. Very curious. Better than Blasphemer, I would say. But this is where the buck stops, unfortunately. I do not think Syntho Lightning Surge is nearly as good as that Titan build. Mostly because of the lack of damage resistance, I would say. A Sudden Death, the modern version, with crossing over. No gravity well. Can it make up for its sins? Let's take a look. Does it make up for its sins? 1-2 punch in the first column. Discord in the first column as well. Anything else in the first column that is of note? Not particularly, in my opinion. What else do we have? Trench barrel in the second column. And that's pretty much it. They removed redirection from this weapon for some reason. That is a little offensive. I'm not going to lie. It's a little offensive. However, it still has the core perks 1-2 punch and trench barrel on the impressive aggressive frame damage profile. And so we have to give it a little bit of leeway here. We have to give it a little bit of purchase in this situation. Reconstruction for Sudden Death. I disagree with Reconstruction being of high value. Actually, if we're going to give autoloading holster value on Imperial Decree, we maybe need to put Reconstruction value on a Sudden Death. I can agree with that much. Realistically, I'm going to need to move a Sudden Death at some point. I'm not quite sure exactly where I will move it. Okay, these two are easily more useful than Arcane Embrace. I would say Pure Recollection is also more useful than Arcane Embrace. This is a tough one. Are these better than the generic Grave Robber 1-2 punch rapids? That's a tough question. Not a question that many can ask with ease and have an answer. Let's take a look here. A tough one, to be certain. Okay, let's move on to the 7th Seraph Close Quarters Combat 12 shotgun. Skip song. We can skip this song. Oh, we're not skipping this one. We're not skipping this one. This one is lovely. This one fills your lungs with floral print. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at 7th Seraph Close Quarters Combat 12. Bit of a mouthful there. What do we have here on this shotgun? Well, we appear to have Heal Clip, which is not particularly appealing. We do have Discord in the first column. And in the first column, it seems that there's a bunch of coal and nothing else. Okay, let's go ahead and look at the second column. Chain Reaction. Chain Reaction. Ah, interesting. Chain Reaction, Surrounded. Okay, a couple interesting picks here. We also have Trench Barrel. Trench Barrel. Fantastic. Fantastic. Simply fantastic. Chain Reaction. That's an interesting pick as well. I think I will drop Incandescent. We'll do a little bit of Surrounded as well. Quite an interesting set of circumstances that we have found ourselves in. Let's go ahead and take a look at where we want to put the lightweight shotgun with such perks as Discord and Chain Reaction. Possibly a potent Discord option in the current meta, in the current field. However, I do not think it will rank as high as
weapons such as a sudden death. Perhaps not, indeed, indubitably. Where might the 7th Seraph CQC-12 land after its flight up the shotgun tier list? It is arguable that it should not go too far upward. Perhaps we will leave it in this vicinity. Right around here. Okay, let's go ahead and analyze Someday. Someday, the Pale Heart Precision Frame Shotgun. Get British for the slop shotguns. I do not know if I have the mental faculty to speak in a British accent at this current moment. I do not have the jaw strength to bend my teeth in such a manner. Let's look at this Someday. Someday. 1-2 punch in the first column. An interesting addition from the members at Bungie headquarters. The first column doesn't seem to have any sort of alternative perks that might be of interest. Lead from gold, not particularly interesting, especially on a kinetic weapon. In the second column here, what do we have? We have Recombination, sort of a dated perk for burst purposes, and they gave it Closing Time. Interesting. Also, Frenzy as an addition. Frenzy. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Recombination is potentially of some interest here. We also have Vorpal Weapon as a pairing with 1-2 punch as a sort of double damage perk. Unfortunately, the frame is holding this one back, and despite this double damage combination, not looking too good. Perhaps above Blasphemer, though. Blasphemer is quite an embarrassment. Okay, let's take a look at Wastelander M5. Wastelander M5. Quite an outdated weapon. What kind of perks might we want to observe on this weapon? We have Pugilist. Pugilist, we have Lead from Gold. I remember when people used to run Slide Shot 1-2 punch. Truly a horrifying time to be alive. 1-2 punch and Trench Barrel, though. Not terrible. Unfortunately, a 1-2 punch shotgun with no means of reloading itself through a perk is going to be a non-starter in 2026. It's also a lightweight and not a rapid. And so unfortunately, we're going to have to probably leave it at the bottom here. I would say honestly that it is even perhaps less appealing than Blasphemer, its kinetic neighbor. And so we are going to move on to Retold Tale. Retold Tale with the classic quick draw snapshot roll. Those who remember utilizing this weapon in player versus player matches. Truly an incredible time to be playing Destiny 2. However, for us on the player versus entity side, let's take a look at the perks that we have available to us. And in the first column, not looking too good. Not looking too good. We have the classic Void combo of Repulsor Destabilizing. Unfortunately, it is on a precision frame shotgun, and so I will not be giving it any points for that. So really, what are we looking at here? I think we have Quick Draw as our best option, and then potentially 1-2 punch. And then for some reason, Bungie Corporation has given this shotgun Withering Gaze. Why did they give this shotgun, of all the shotguns, Withering Gaze? We may never know. We may never know. So for being a Withering Gaze shotgun, should I give it some points? Should I give it a little bit of pointiness? I'm unsure. I'm unsure at this moment. I will put it here. I do not think a Withering Gaze shotgun is particularly useful. Let's go to Python. Python, a famous type of snake. Very exciting. Many people are, in fact, Python fans. Are Python fans. Members of the Python Super Fan Club. I myself am not one of these members, but perhaps seeing these perks, I might be convinced. Here we have an aggressive shotgun with a mediocre origin trait. In the first column, we have nothing worth looking at besides Overflow. In the second column, we have another Withering Gaze shotgun. I'm confused as to why Bungie has now given 2 pellet shotguns that are otherwise burdened by mediocrity a Withering Gaze perk access. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Anyways, this aggressive frame shotgun has access to 1-2 punch. It has access to trench barrel, which I think is more favorable on an aggressive frame shotgun over 1-2 punch. And then for the freaks out there, we also have Withering Gaze. Withering Gaze. Very interesting, very interesting. I would argue that this weapon is most likely above the precision frame that is Retold Tale. I would even argue that this weapon might be placed a little bit higher, perhaps even over here. And that's about it. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the Deicide. The Deicide, oh, this has been given a new perk pool, very interesting. I used to, for those of you that do not know, I used this shotgun, as did many others, for Grave Robber 1-2 punch with baby hammers in Season of the Lost. In Season of the Lost, many people were big fans of this shotgun with Grave Robber and 1-2 punch. And for some reason, they have gotten rid of Grave Robber from this shotgun, which is truly a sad thing to behold. Instead, we are left with Discord and potentially autoloading holster, which I will now put into the perk pool. In the second column here, we have 1-2 punch. We have Volt Shot. Oh, this is an arc weapon now. It used to be a void weapon. Volt Shot, interesting on a shotgun. However, interesting does not mean good. We have a shotgun with collective demolition. Now, shotguns do in fact shoot a bunch of pellets, so it is in fact possible that collective demolition is in fact very strong on this weapon. However, I have not tested this, and I do not know anybody else who has tested this, and so as a result, we do not care. And we're going to move on to a different weapon. This weapon also has Cascade Point. We also have Trench Barrel. Let's go ahead and utilize our analysis skills here to move the Deicide to a place of more appropriate belonging. So as you can see here, we have some perk options. Grave Robber 1-2 punch, that's the classic. This is more comparable, in my opinion, to something like Until Its Return. First column looking quite similar, no surrounded access, however. Failed Deadly, certainly a better origin trait than Unsated Hunger. Unsated Hunger, quite a pathetic origin trait, not worthy of praise. Where shall we put the Deicide? Chatterbox. This is a tough decision that needs to be made. I think Failed Deadly really offers the opportunity to have quite a deep mag size, and so the lack of Grave Robber is really not as big of a problem as one might anticipate. So the Deicide may be, in fact, somewhere up here. Not a bad choice at all. Perhaps we shall put it directly under Ikelos Shotgun V1.0.3. Okay, let's go and move to Dead Weight. Dead Weight is not a tier 5-able weapon, and does not have enhanceable perks, meaning that if you choose to use 1-2 punch, you will in fact be using non-enhanced 1-2 punch, which is very sad, because enhanced 1-2 punch allows you to not have to land all of your pellets, which is truly sad, truly saddening. So what might we choose to use on this weapon? Well, there's Grave Robber, we have autoloading holster, and we have Lead from Gold. Not a terrible first column. The second column, we have Surrounded, we have Trench Barrel, and we have 1-2 punch. Quite an interesting perk pool, actually relatively overloaded, I would say. Pretty decent perk pool, especially that this was a season 17 weapon. Where shall we put this weapon? This is a tough one. I would say it goes somewhere in this territory. The lack of enhanceable 1-2 punch really does bite this one a little bit. Perhaps we might move it up a small amount. I would say this neighborhood is probably not a bad place for it. Somewhere right around here. Okay, let's go ahead and look at Compass Rose. Compass Rose. Has this one received a perk pool update? No, it doesn't seem that way. Compass Rose has Grave Robber in the first column. And in the second column, we might utilize Trench Barrel and potentially 1-2 punch as well. 1-2 punch as well. Dreamwork, not the most horrible origin trait, but certainly not great either. Let's go ahead and move this weapon a little higher. Where might we move a nice precision frame 1-2 punch shotgun, such as this one? That's a good question. Perhaps right around here. This seems to be an appropriate location to move this compass rose into. Next, we have Prophet of Doom. Why is this person spamming periods in the YouTube chat? Do not spam periods. You are blocking your fellow chatters from having valuable chat real estate. Has anyone said anything interesting or important or question in the chat while I've been LARPing? Let's take a look. Do you think a chain of command with under-over adaptive munitions is a good option, or would you recommend better? No, please do not take barrier break anti-champion weapons. Do not take perks that are specifically for breaking champion shields, unless you plan on not using that weapon for literally anything but breaking a champion shield, which is generally neutering 1/3 of your loadout for no reason when it could be a more versatile weapon. So I would disagree with such a decision. Hey, I'm relatively new to your content and I'm not sure how to approach it as someone who hasn't dived into the spreadsheet before. Where do you recommend I start? A little bit difficult of a question because there is quite a lot of things, a lot of data to sift through. I would recommend perhaps... I actually don't know. Yeah, I don't really know. I'm going to be honest. I would start maybe with a question that you want to answer. Maybe what is the best damage or what is the best weapon that I want to use for a certain activity, and then maybe go from there. If I'm trying to find a special weapon to pair with Truth for backup DPS when I run out of ammo, should I surge match with Father Sins or use a better sniper like Praetus even without void surges? That is a good question. It is seldom seen that the difference between two special weapons, even though one might be of a more favorable element to match your heavy weapon, it is rare that you would see one that is 22% better than another one. And so if you are not willing to loadout swap, you should most likely stick to a weapon that matches your heavy weapon surge. Do you know what the enhanced subjugation origin trait does? It says improved ability gen, but I don't know how much it means or like what. I have not tested origin traits yet. I will test them later. I have a question. It's important. So ask. 7 shots to regen Magnade. That is not so good. That is not so good. Prophet of Doom. Prophet of Doom. What have they given to Prophet of Doom, my friends? This is a good question. This is a good question. Perhaps Reconstruction and Envious Arsenal. Yes, those of us in the computer industry know that asking to ask a question is one of the most fatal sins that you might be a part of. Be a part of? The LARP is too hard. How do I convince my friends that rapid fire fusions are bad? Well, realistically, you don't really need to because, you know, if your friends are using rapid fire fusions for damage and they're killing the boss, then it's really not that big of a deal. But if your friends are trying to claim that they are better for damage and they're not just passively playing the game and enjoying themselves, then it might come upon you to correct them. And you might tell them that fusion rifles are not so good for damage, and that they may want to invest in a different weapon type, such as the shotgun, or perhaps even the sniper. He tried to do an everyone ping in the YouTube chat. Disturbing. Disturbing. Is there a good way to set up Void Hunter for Mobius Quiver? I mean, Fortune's Favor is a must, but the rest of the setup seems awful for Rome. Any insights? Well, we're in Season of the Void. And so if you run a Void weapon and you're on Void Hunter with perhaps Stylish Executioner and maybe Trapper's Ambush or something similar, and you are killing enemies and have Devour and Void Overshield all the time, it's pretty easy to play on Fortune's Favor. During damage, I would probably switch to Orpheus Rig, but that is up to you. How would I pick barrel or magazine perks if my playstyle or weapon choice is not cookie cutter or meta focused? Dual Discord shotguns with no backup plans. Well, I would probably use Assault Mag on your shotguns, unless you are using a rapid fire, in which case you cannot use Assault Mag. I mean, I don't know. You can just choose what works for you. I mean, generally, even if you are playing off meta or non cookie cutter builds, it doesn't really change your mag mod decisions, your mag choice. Let's take a look here. Name 5 Chrome songs. Unfortunately, I'm not a real Chrome fan. I'm a fake Chrome fan. And so I do not actually know any Chrome songs. My apologies. Since you have so much info available to you and data that you sifted through, do you prefer to play purely on optimal values or do you focus more on what simply feels good? Generally, when I play the game for my own sake, for my own enjoyment, it's usually I'm speedrunning. And in speedrunning, the joy comes from finding the optimal decision, the optimal routing, the optimal loadout. And so usually I find joy, and if I think that I am doing the optimal thing, then that will more likely feel good for me, unless it is something that just feels terrible no matter what. But even then, I don't generally, I'm not very picky when it comes to what I use in the game or what I play in the game. And so there's not really that much difference in feeling for me between two different weapons or two different classes. Maybe if a weapon has very low handling, I will be sad. For example, Leviathan's Breath, before you land your first crit, that weapon does not feel so good. Acreus also, that weapon does not feel so good. But if you must use it to be optimal, then you have to use it, you know? Let's take a look here. Have you worked out one plate for Callus? Sofa King, I have horrible news for you. My Pantheon team has not run in several centuries. When we do run, I will let you know. However, we have not run in several centuries. What was your favorite Prime Edge of Fate moment? My favorite Edge of Fate moment was reading the patch notes and not even wanting to play the game on launch day, and being so depressed that I ended my stream early and went to sleep on a Destiny 2 DLC launch day, which I've never done before. So that was exciting. Made me very emotional. Was a very, very exciting day. Very exciting day for us all, indeed. Prophet of Doom. Second column, what do we have here? Cascade Point. Interesting. Unfortunately, this is in fact a precision frame shotgun, so perhaps not that interesting. 1-2 punch, we have Gear Shift. We also have, I will include Cascade Point because it is a perk that in fact exists. What in the world was in those patch notes? Well, they changed all the damage numbers in the game, which was quite annoying. And then, I don't know, it was not a good feeling. Very overwhelming. Very overwhelming. There were a lot of changes that were being reported by players that were not in the patch notes and were not mentioned. Is threat level number 1? It is, in fact, number 1 for now. Prophet of Doom, certainly better than Wastelander M5. Certainly better than Retold Tale. Where else might we put this weapon? Certainly better than Deadweight. Perhaps better than 7 Seraph Close Quarters Combat 12, indeed. Ooh, this might be where this weapon lays to rest. Right below Compass Rose. I feel like I'm comfortable with that decision. What has been your favorite meta? My favorite meta. Favorite Destiny 2 meta. Well, when I first started playing, the meta was Anarchy Double Slug Quick Swap, which lasted not very long, but it was fun, I suppose, while it lasted. I honestly, quick swapping was cool, but I don't miss it that much. To be fair, I don't really form super strong emotional attachments to eras of Destiny. To be honest with you, I know a lot of other speedrunners do, but for me, I kind of just as long as the sandbox is healthy and you know, We have new tech, and things are not getting too restricted. I'm generally a happy camper, one might say. So Anarchy Double Slug, not that interesting of a meta, to be honest with you. I was not having that much fun during that meta. It was basically just sticking Anarchy to bosses and then sprint canceling and pressing 1 and 2 over and over again, which is, to be honest with you, not very interesting. And then after that, what was the meta after that? After that, it was throwing hammers, I believe, because that was Season of the Splicer. Season of the Splicer. And then we had Season of the Lost, which was Particle, where we utilized Sleeper Simulant and Well of Radiance and a Stasis debuff and Focusing Lens to kill bosses with extreme ease. Some people chose to use 1000 Voices, but many were on the Sleeper Simulant train. At the same time, many players were also utilizing the throwing hammers, the bouncing hammers from Solar Titan, which was an exciting time for us all indeed. That, to me, was an exciting time to do LFG runs, actually, because there's something enjoyable about being able to nuke any mini-boss or boss in the game and not have to worry about that in LFGs, and then you could just kind of run around and carry encounters very easily, and most people were pretty chill with it as well at the time, so I think that was a very fun time to be doing LFGs. You could put on Dune Marchers and a 1-2 punch shotgun and throwing hammer, and you could just pre-nerf Eager Edge around encounters and hammer enemies, and they would explode very viciously and with great rigor, with great vigor. And so that was an exciting time for us all in Destiny 2. And then, what else is there? After Season of the Lost, what happened after that? That was the end of VoG year. So VOW came out, and then it was Izzy Palmyra, I believe. Izzy Palmyra and Triple Tap Firing Line Reeds. That was an interesting time as well. People were using Well of Radiance with Supreme Wellmaker in order to produce 3 stasis wells, 3 stasis elemental wells. And then you would use 4 Font of Might and 1 elemental time dilation in order to eat up these elemental wells and obtain 30 full seconds of a 25% increase to your Reed's Regret damage, which was an interesting time. I do think that many people look back fondly on the Elemental Well Font of Might era, but to be honest with you, I do not think the build crafting during that period of time was more advanced than what we currently have. And I do think that Elemental Wells, that system, while it was interesting, I do not think it was a significant step up over what we have today. What else is there? Warmind cells. That was interesting. That was an interesting time. Warmind cells were cute. I enjoyed Warmind cells. I enjoyed being on Xenophage in the Disgraced GM and putting on Global Reach, Fire Team Medic, Wrath of Rasputin, Rage of the Warmind, and some other Warmind cell mod, which I forgot. And utilizing these mods, you would kill enemies with Xenophage, and Wrath of Rasputin would activate. And using the effect of this weapon, or armor mod, rather, you would be able to create many Warmind cells over and over. And this would clear rooms very quickly in the Disgraced GM. I do remember this. This was exciting. You would take 3 members of your fire team. Everybody would have Xenophage equipped, and you would repeatedly create Warmind cells and blow up the enemies with great haste. Quite an exciting time. Quite an exciting time. As for the damage meta, I do not think Izzy Palmyra was particularly interesting, to be honest with you. You were Izzying, and then holding R, and then swapping to a rocket, and holding left click, and then sitting there while the rocket tracked to the enemy, and then you would swap back to Izzy. Or if you were fancy, like me, you would utilize Empty Vessel, or Truth Teller, or some other sort of weapon in between your Palmyra and your Izanagi's Burden. And then shortly after that, the Hothead would release. The Hothead, of course, with auto-loading holster and explosive light. Many people were attempting to find a role with both field prep, clown cartridge, auto-loading holster, and explosive light at the same time. This was a rarity back then, having this double perk option. Actually, I believe you could not even get clown cartridge as an alternate perk in the second column. This was back then when only one of your perks would have a double perk if it was an adept. So many people are not aware of this. But back then, things were tough. Things were tough. Grinding was tough, okay? So many people were searching for this fabled field prep, explosive light, auto-loading holster, Hothead. Because back then, Bungie did not remove your reserves when you changed perks. And so you could rally on reserves with field prep. And I believe you would get 10 hothead shots if you rallied on field prep. And then you could swap to auto-loading holster and you would have still 10 hothead shots, which was incredible. Many people would look up to you with respect, with admiration, and adoration every time they saw someone with an auto-loading holster and field prep swap hothead. That meant you were the talk of the town if you had that rocket. Anyways, during that meta, we used actually Arc Warlock with Geomag stabilizers, and we actually used Font of Might with Arc Wells in order to empower Hothead instead of Palmyra. And so we would utilize this to great extent. I would use first in, last out as well, if you remember that original King's Fall speedrun with Izanagi's Burden, first in, last out, and of course, the Hothead. Okay. Afterwards, there was a Starfire meta. Starfire was quite enjoyable to use. I remember I would run Retrace Path with Shoot to Loot and Golden Tricorn. I had a Golden Tricorn roll that I'd earned myself from the original dares. And I'd run around. And I don't know if you guys know this, but there was a internal cooldown on Starfire Protocol's tick effect where it would give you grenade energy back in chunks. And this effect, you could memorize the timing to conserve as much trace ammo as possible. And so what I would do is I would macro to find the timing. And then I would play a metronome at a certain BPM, and I memorized the tempo at which you must tap your trace in order to optimally maximize your grenade returns. Okay? This was a different era of Destiny 2, a different era. Okay? I would tap optimally. You must learn how to tap optimally if you want to be a beautiful Starfire user with classy restoration and the like. Okay? So anyways, that's Starfire Protocol. Starfire Protocol, not a particularly enjoyable meta, to be honest with you. It was kind of just throwing nades at things. And to be honest with you, for boss damage, it was not very good. A lot of people enjoyed using it for boss damage, but when it came down to the cookies, when it came down to the crumbs, when it came down to the biscottis, it really wasn't that good. It really wasn't that good. It was more of a total damage beast. And of course, it was actually excellent for neutral, because being able to throw those grenades so often, and more importantly, you only needed to ever get one kill. You guys know that you only needed to get one kill. The grenade, as long as you got one kill, you got an entire empowering rift back. Okay? So back then, things were quite impressive with Starfire Protocol for neutral gameplay. In fact, that is one of the strongest builds that we've ever received in Destiny 2. And even today, Starfire Protocol is nowhere near that level of power that it once was at during that time. Okay? So Starfire Protocol. What came after that? So that was Vow. During Vow, it was Izzy, Linears, eventually moved to Hothead. We had Starfire Protocol. During Ron, it was largely the same thing. What else came after that? What else came after that? What was after Ron? Ron, we had King's Fall. We had Crota. What was being utilized during Crota? I do not remember. I do not remember. Around the time of Crota's End. Crota's End was what? Lightfall? Lightfall? There was a time where people used Hoyle storm grenades. Indeed. Who remembers? Who remembers? Raise your hand if you remember. Hoyle storm grenade artifact, and you would bring it into the Fallen Saber GM in order to farm Hothead. Who remembers this? I remember this. We had lineups. You have to understand, we had lineups. There were levels to this nonsense. Okay, we had lineups to get these nades in the diamond doors in Fallen Saber. Okay, we had someone go on skip with their Sparrow in order to skip the entrance portion of Fallen Saber. Okay, we had rockets. We used hotheads to farm better hotheads. I remember this. Gallarhorn, rockets. Incredible. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. To be honest with you, if there is a meta that I do enjoy, these days, the GM meta is not really rocket focused. I mean, you can bring rockets. They're still very good. But a lot of people like to play more of a solo focused sort of build where they're very self-sufficient and very survivable. But back then, the meta was, Cenotaph or even no Cenotaph and just running rockets. Even before Bipod, just running rockets and running Galahorn and just blowing everything up. That was truly an exciting time. I do enjoy doing that. If you guys are new to Destiny 2 and you've never gone into GM type content or Conquest type content with one Galahorn and two rocket launchers, you have to try it. It's an amazing feeling. It's an amazing feeling. Okay? So that's it for metas, for GMs. Well, there were some other things too. I don't know. Destiny has been in a lot of different places. Anyways, to answer the original question that someone asked maybe 30 minutes ago, what damage meta did I enjoy the most? I don't really know, to be honest. Has there been a single truly enjoyable damage meta? Grapple melee? Not really. Grapple melee. I think the solo players, they say grapple melee requires skill, and that I can't believe Bungie nerfed this, and this is so sad. But really, grapple melee is just pressing left click and then grappling and then meleeing repeatedly over and over. Okay? That's not that exciting. Let's be honest. Okay? Double slug anarchy is sticking anarchy and swapping between two slugs repeatedly. Okay? I didn't say grapples are easy. Okay? I didn't say grappling is easy. It's probably of all the mainstream damage options, which it's not, it never even truly became mainstream because dads are not grapple meleeing. But of all the mainstream damage options, it is definitely mechanically the hardest to optimize, right? But in terms of being exciting or fun, grapple melee is not fun. It's not fun, okay? All you're doing is looking at a little green dot in the sky and pressing a button and then grapple meleeing the boss and then doing this over and over again every 1.5 seconds for 30 seconds, okay? This is not exciting. This is not exciting gameplay. Not exciting gameplay, okay? Has there ever been a truly exciting damage meta? I'm trying to think. Maybe during Final Shape, some of the Prismatic Warlock stuff, where you were pressing a bunch of different buttons, using a bunch of different abilities, and dumping a bunch of different weapons at the same time. That was potentially a little bit exciting. I would say. Okay? Grapple Melee was very difficult to set up. I think it was probably the most difficult DPS of the time, but it got nerfed too hard. Okay, saying Grapple Melee was very difficult to set up is definitely pushing it. Definitely pushing it, okay? There are definitely other damage options that are definitely harder to set up than Grapple Melee. That were weaker than Grapple Melee, though. You know? But, yeah. Bro, I forgot about this. Listen, guys. Don't be mean, okay? Don't be mean. Okay, I'm just a little relic, okay? I'm just a tiny little relic. Outbreak Super Spam was fun while it lasted. Outbreak might have been the most boring meta that we have mentioned today. Outbreak was literally like a lot of damage metas, you can kind of fall asleep during damage and be fine. But Outbreak, you could literally body shot the boss. You could hip fire your pulse rifle and be fine. Outbreak was maybe the most boring meta that I have participated in Destiny 2 history. Destiny 2 history. What an incredibly boring meta. Let's hold left click on a boss with a pulse rifle. And don't forget to reload. Oh, wait, the gun reloads for you. And so you can simply sit there with your phone in hand with Instagram Reels or perhaps a TikTok, something like that, on your little miniature phone screen and not even look at your main monitor. Just make sure you press your super key once every 15 seconds or so, and that is pretty much it. So, dear Aegis, I noticed you moved Fatebringer over Midnight Coup for having Kinetic Tremors plus Firefly, even though Midnight Coup also has Kinetic plus Firefly. I'm upset because I like Midnight Coup. Please rectify it. Dear Chatter, I hope you have received this message well. Midnight Coup has the origin trait Indomitability, while Fatebringer has the origin trait Time Lost Magazine. Now, it is of my opinion at this current moment that Time Lost Magazine might in fact be a better origin trait than Indomitability, as Indomitability only provides a small amount of grenade or melee energy per kill, something that may not even be beneficial to your build depending on what sort of subclass you are running, whereas Fatebringer provides a modest amount of super energy every single time you get a kill, and a rather long-lasting doubled mag size every time you cast your super, which is quite often in most endgame content. And so, as a result, I would say that Fatebringer deserves to be placed slightly higher than Midnight Coup. That being said, if you have a preference toward Midnight Coup for one reason or another, subjective or otherwise, they are both occupying the same tier, and so, as a result, there really isn't too much to fret about when it comes to analyzing these two weapons. One might be slightly better than another on a Sunday, and it might be the other way around on a Tuesday. And so, water under the bridge. Water under the bridge, as they say. Have you ever thought about doing a final world record breakdown for raids and dungeons 2 or 3 months from now with updates not coming to the game? Well, fortunately or unfortunately, because the game is on a static patch, I think many people will find many things in different raids and dungeons. And I'm not going to do a final one because I think even a year from now, people will likely be finding new things in this game and trying to go for times, especially given that there are 11 mainstream raid categories. And so that there's going to be many of them. I can't do a final update, which will certainly be the final one for every single raid. I don't think that's realistic. Realistically, what's going to happen is that if I see a raid change significantly, which some of them already have, I will just update on my own time. Perhaps when I'm done making videos, I'll sit down one weekend. I'll be employed or something, and I'll just sit down one weekend and be like, oh, this new garden time looks pretty cool. Maybe I'll give it a little bit of a breakdown, and then it'll be something like that. It'll be something like that. Okay, let's take a look over here. Aegis speaking like he's writing a letter to his beloved with his quill before fighting in Gettysburg the next morning. Indeed. I don't think I've ever talked like this before in my life. I just decided to talk like this today. So, now you get to deal with it. In my opinion, the best metas are the ones with generally balanced strength, a few standout, easy-to-use options, and some more powerful ones that were more niche or difficult. That is a good opinion to have. I would generally agree with such a sentiment. Indeed. Do you regret not doing anything the game? What? You don't feel worn out on the testing and tiering. Well, I certainly feel a little worn out, but we must carry on. We must carry on for valor, for strength, for honor, for glory. Like for Lord Shax. Are you happy? That's a tough question. Am I happy? Right now, at this moment, in this slipping, fleeting moment, I would say in the company of my chat and the company of this shotgun tier list, I'm relatively content. I would say so. Is there anything you missed out or didn't do and therefore regret? I think that if I did not start YouTube and I focused entirely on my own testing and my own gameplay, and I was very ambitious with trying to join like maybe I don't know, like a more serious day one team or something like that, I think I could have competed at a higher level in World's First races. But I don't really regret that too much because that's just a decision that I made. And it's kind of just impossible to juggle because World's First races are usually like a couple days or like a week after a new DLC drops, and I've learned that it's impossible to juggle producing updates for a large community and also being completely ready for a World's First race at the same time. I don't think it is possible. So maybe I regret that a little bit. I do wonder what kind of player I could have been if I wasn't making content. But at the same time, I do think this suits me better. And so I don't really regret it because I think I would have regretted not doing this more. Let's take a look here. Does anyone have the one crit clip? The one crit clip. One crit. What are you sipping on? I'm sipping on some, let me mispronounce this as best I can. Some Maison Perrier. Maison Perrier. Some carbonated treated waiter from Maison Perrier. Interesting. Very interesting. Carbonated. Bone apple tea, my friends. Bone apple tea. Okay. Let's have a look at Mida Macro Tool. Mida Macro Tool. What has this weapon received in order to compensate for its small barrel length? As you can see here. It's quite a small shotgun. So it must receive some good perks to give it some more girth. We have Discord. We have Grave Robber. Grave Robber will be the first perk that we put in this weapon. I believe Grave Robber is the correct choice. In the second perk slot, we might utilize 1-2 Punch and Trench Barrel. It seems to me, members of this chat, that shotguns appear to be entering into a problem that swords have also entered into, where every single shotgun has 1-2 Punch and Trench Barrel, and Grave Robber, all of them do. Look at this. 1-2 Punch, Trench Barrel, 1-2 Punch. Wait, that one doesn't have it. 1-2 Punch, Trench Barrel, 1-2 Punch, Trench Barrel, 1-2 Punch, Trench Barrel, 1-2 Punch, Trench Barrel, 1-2 Punch, Trench Barrel. They all have the same perks. Truly a mystery. Truly a mystery. Lightweight Shotgun, Grave Robber 1-2 Punch, and Discord. Roar of Battle. I think this one is potentially a little bit worse than Xenoclass, because most notably the Mida macro tool has a ready animation that unfortunately is a little bit slower than your average lightweight shotgun. Okay, let's take a look at some of these chat messages. My biggest regret in this game was not participating in a single contest mode. I wish they would add a general overarching difficulty that was similar to contests, such as a basic -50 mode everywhere. Well, to be fair, there are some activities where the cutthroat modifier essentially simulates contest. So you could try to run that with some of your friends if that is of interest to you. I mean, for what you lost in your personal achievement ceiling, you provide an irreplaceable service to the larger Destiny community and giving players the tools they need to start challenging themselves. Of course, of course. I mean, that is part of the reason I do think I would regret not going down this path. Also, to be honest, it's more of just like a what if kind of thing. Like I don't truly yearn for that path. You know, it's more like a what if I had done that instead sort of thing. You know, but I appreciate the kind words. Appreciate the kind words. What are your thoughts on mustard? Mustard, to be honest with you, is a bit strong for my tastes. A bit sour. You know, a bit offensive to the senses. Bit of an assault on the senses when you eat some mustard. And so, you know, if I have a nice, you know, hot dog, if I have a nice little Frank, you know, I'll opt for some mustard, but I won't drench the dog in yellow. You know, to be honest with you, I wouldn't drench the dog. That would be a little bit too much for me. But I would put a small amount, a dollop of mustard on my hot dog. What are some non-troll Titan loadouts for raid DPS? Well, the answer to that question, or really anything, is you can put on the heavy sniper and the sniper's meditation artifact, and no matter what subclass or class you're running, you could be on a naked guardian with no light powers whatsoever. In fact, you could be on the civilian class, not even a guardian. You could be on the civilian class, and provided that you were at an ample distance, such that the boss damage did not, you know, drain your light, or I guess you don't even have any light. Drain your life. If you were at a far enough distance away, I'm sure you could do some work with the refurbished A499, even as the civilian class with no sort of light abilities or resurrection. Let's take a look over here. Why not have elemental honing for micro missiles like Gizmo? That is a good question. I believe Gizmo actually gets aggregate charge. If I'm not mistaken, that is correct. It gets aggregate charge. And so as a result, I would recommend aggregate charge over elemental honing on a weapon like Gizmo Weft. That being said, I don't think you are using Envious Arsenal Spike aggregate charge very often, so it's not really a discussion that comes up. But if it does come up, I do think aggregate charge is significantly easier to activate than elemental honing, and you will never notice the 2% difference on such a small component of your damage rotation. So that is what I think on that matter. Have you tested the DPS of a fire team of Hierarchy of Needs with Mobius and Argent Quiver? I've seen many people talk about it yet, but it seems super powerful. Yes, I've noted the hierarchy changes, and I do think the Scorch and Ignition scaling with everything, and you know, just the fact that the Scorch in general is quite a strong change. I've already been a hierarchy fan since from before, and I do think hierarchy is potentially decent. Certainly, most likely, the highest primary DPS in the game by a long shot. But as for actually competing with some of the other things in the sandbox, especially without the Mobius Quiver loadout restriction, I do not think it will be potentially meta shaking. I just saw a video of someone soloing Caretaker with it. Well, solo caretaker is doable with many, many, many things now. You have a full 9 plates to get it done. And of course, your final stand is maybe the only thing that's potentially a little tight if you are going for a 9 plate on solo caretaker. So really, that doesn't really tell you too much. I know that there is a person on YouTube, I believe their name is Mepping, or is it Mepping? Is Mepping or it's one of them. But this person, they are farming content by soloing a variety of raid bosses using Mobius Quiver and Hierarchy of Needs. That being said, many of these raid bosses can be soloed with a variety of other weapon choices that do not involve Hierarchy of Needs. So I do not think that is a good representation of its raw strength, you know. The column with the blue arrow, is it obtainable? No, this is the perks, are the perks enhanceable? Are the perks enhanceable? Thoughts on Skyburners and other exotic primaries with their new AoE catalyst? I will be testing them in the coming days in order to update my exotic weapon tier list. But until then, I will hold my thoughts on the matter. Let's take a look. Just saw a very methodical test Redditor who is claiming that Cataclysmic does double the DPS of A499. That reminds me, somebody sent a YouTube short in D2 Speedrun panel recently where a content creator was claiming that Lament had been dethroned by Wolfsbane. And so that is an objectively true statement. And so I went to go and click on the YouTube short, and I was greeted by what can only be described as a mathematical assault to the senses, a mathematical cataclysm, one might say, a true catastrophe. You know, the equivalent of 4 tornadoes descending on the 4 walls of a small hut, a small wooden hut on the plains. That is what I would describe it as. This player who I witnessed do what I would be very liberal in my usage of the term damage testing here. This player, let's just say they didn't have a champion's breakfast when they were attacking the enemies, specifically Carl, the shooting range boss, with their sword. Certainly not a champion's breakfast was consumed by this Guardian. Not a lot of vicious aggression on the boss. Several pauses when doing the damage. A clear lack of knowledge when it comes to understanding how to use either weapon. But because the sheer difference in damage profile is so great between the Lament and the Wolfsbane, you know, this person was able to broken clock right twice a day and come to the right conclusion. And I was not alone in my analysis of this player, this content creator's testing gripes, testing quirks. You know, I looked at the comment section of the YouTube short that I had been watching, and there were, in fact, many angry commenters in this comment section claiming that this content creator was, in fact, rage baiting and creating content in order to stir up engagement, which is a wise tactic from this individual. So I applaud them for their ingenuity. The famous one was when he was mag dumping Witherhoard. Mag dumping Witherhoard is quite good. If you enjoy using Witherhoard, you know, you should mag dump Witherhoard. That can be good. Okay, Percipial. This weapon has not received any new perks, which means we are going to be going with 1-2 punch in the first column, and potentially also reconstruction. There's also Discord, which is not bad. And we also have Vorpal Weapon, a double damage 1-2 punch shotgun. Vorpal Weapon and 1-2 punch. Is this the total damage guy who is being called Ragebait? Yes. I do not remember his name, unfortunately, but I remember he had multiple videos. What is the best exotic special shotgun? What is the best exotic GL? What is the best sword? He had multiple videos, and in all of these videos, he was being flamed by the comment section because they were quite upset with his. That might be the one. I think you might have the one. Yes. It is just befuddling to me, truly befuddling, that someone can put in the effort to create content and release something to the world. They are saying when you create content, you are releasing a part of your soul to the world. You're bearing your very existence to the online vast masses. And you're saying, I have something worth saying, and I would like to show you it. And it is befuddling to me that one might create content in which one is just completely clueless, just clueless, just wandering around, a tourist, one might say, in the shooting range, just unable to utilize weapons, not even reading the weapons description, the in-game description, not even asking here for you to utilize the Destiny data compendium or other third-party resources. Simply reading the weapon would tell you all you need to know about how to utilize its raw capability in the shooting range. And unfortunately, some people, their literary talents were not developed to a great enough extent in their childhood days. And so, as a result, there's perhaps a lack of potency when it comes to their data analysis skills. What is this guy babbling about, bro? We were simply discussing the ins and outs of YouTube short damage testing, which is, as we know, of course, the gold standard when it comes to analyzing damage values in Destiny 2. So Precipio is a 1-2 punch precision shotgun. And so it is somewhere near our good friend Someday. Someday also has 1-2 punch and recombination and Vorpal weapon. Now, Precipio also has Discord. This has Lead from Gold and Dealer's Choice. These are not far off from each other. Where shall we put these weapons? Where shall we put them? Well, Discord and 1-2 punch is not exactly a good combination. And so I'm going to go ahead and leave Precipio right where it is. Right where it is. Okay, to be frank with you, to be hot dog with you, the rest of these shotguns are all terrible. There is no reason to ever use any of these shotguns. Maybe reworked Fractithist or Nessus Ablation or something, we will go and look at them. But truly disturbing stuff here. Last man standing. Last man standing. Let's take a look. Hold on. Before we continue, I will check my Discord notifications in order to make sure that there is nothing important happening. Oh, this is an aura screenshot. This is an aura screenshot. Wow. Wow. Chat, can we just take a little moment of pause here to just look at this screenshot and just appreciate what this Shenmue player is saying. True strength doesn't rely on others' recognition to exist. This is a Chinese player. He's translated what appears to be a Chinese proverb for Savage Bull to receive in his Destiny 2 DMs. What a sentiment. What a sentiment right there. That is truly powerful. Shivers down my spine just now. Incredible. Honestly incredible. The Chinese truly have a way with words. Truly indeed. Okay. Let's take a look here. Okay. I've returned. Sorry. I was looking at my Discord notifications, but I have in fact returned. Today we shall... Do I have time to finish all of the tier lists? Oh, I thought the special tier list would be enjoyable. Unfortunately, this shotgun tier list does not look like it's going to become more enjoyable as we move lower down this list. Truly a saddening state of affairs. And then I have to write notes for every single one of them. Oh my goodness. Okay. We should outsource this work. We should hire Claude. We should hire Claude and get Claude to fill out these perks and just make them up. Just make up the perks, Just make up an origin trait that doesn't exist. I think that would be of great benefit. Great benefit. Grave Robber. Grave Robber, 1-2 punch, trench barrel. Trench barrel. Interesting. Truly interesting. Also, potentially Discord. But that is not a particularly impressive choice of perk. Where shall we go with Last Man Standing? An aggressive shotgun with Grave Robber and 1-2 punch. This one is a tough one. I like how all of the Grave Robber 1-2 punch shotguns, there's like 300 of them from D2, and then Blasphemer. Poor Blasphemer's getting put on blast just at the bottom down here. Who is Grave Robert? That's a good question. That's a good question. Last Man Standing. Last Man Standing. Last Man Standing. Where might Last Man Standing find itself? Where might it find itself? This is a good question. It's a question worth asking and a question worth answering. But where? But where? Truly a tough question. I'm going to put it over here. Without Remorse. Who remembers Without Remorse? Without Remorse was a shotgun. You know, there's been many different 1-2 punch shotguns, many different melee metas in Destiny 2, but you can remember the melee meta based on the shotgun that you were using. Think about it like that. Wastelander M5, Without Remorse. Without Remorse, what did we use this shotgun with? Does anyone remember? That's right. Shield Bash. Shield Bash. Who remembers Shield Bash? That's what you used with Without Remorse. The first enhanced 1-2 punch shotgun of its kind in the energy slot. Did it have absolutely nothing good in the first column? Absolutely. Did we still love it anyway? We did. We loved Without Remorse with all of our hearts. We did. We brought it with us everywhere in our backpack. It was a part of the backpack. Threat Detector, Vorpal Weapon. Also an option for lightweight shotgun swapping with Tractor Cannon. I remember this one. King's Fall, World Record Speedrun, Tractor Cannon, Without Remorse, and Wristwalker. Absolutely classic. Classic. Where shall we put Without Remorse? It's a good question. It's a good question. Where shall we put Without Remorse? Well, I would say Threat Detector 1-2 punch lightweight is probably better than a precision frame in the form of Retold Tale. Is it better than Precipio? Is it better than Dead Weight? I would say no. I would say the answer is most likely no. So let's leave it down here. Let's move on to Super Cluster. Super Cluster. Now, Super Cluster, actually fairly decent perks for when it came out. Unfortunately, slugs had already slipped from the meta at the time that this weapon was released. And so let's take a look at what Super Cluster has in store for us. We have 4th times the charm. 4th times the charm, for those of you who are not aware, if you see 4th times the charm on a weapon, there's essentially no point in taking Reconstruction on that same weapon, because Reconstruction acts as a sort of doubling of your very first mag, and on the second mag, you will not be able to double your mag. 4th times the charm, on the other hand, essentially doubles your first mag, and your second mag, and your third mag, and however many other mags that you choose to use for the rest of the damage phase. And so as a result, Reconstruction is not a weapon that we will be considering on this weapon. We're going to be considering 4th times the charm, and then we're also going to be considering maybe Slice, and potentially even Lead from Gold. In the second column here, things get a little dire. We have Vorpal Weapon, which is not too bad. I would say Cascade Point is the most potentially usable perk on this weapon. Even then, not particularly impressive. We have Vorpal Weapon, and then of course we have Surrounded in the second column as well. Now, Super Cluster. Super Cluster. If we're going to be completely honest, if we take a look at Blasphemer and we take a look at Super Cluster, they are not all that different. In fact, All-Star is more than likely a better second damage perk than pretty much anything that Super Cluster has access to. And so as a result, I will likely leave Super Cluster below Blasphemer. However, these two will probably move up now that I'm looking at the rest of this tier list. Because 1-2 punch shotguns with no reload or double damage perk, not particularly appealing in any sense. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at Fractithist. Fractithist, I believe, has potentially received some new perks. Indeed, Crystalline Corpse Bloom has in fact been added to Fractithist. Does this make a difference to this weapon's viability? Absolutely not. And so as a result, we're going to run Trench Barrel in the second column here. And what do we run in the first column? 1-2 punch, 1-2 punch, and potentially even lead from gold. 1-2 punch, trench barrel, precision frame shotgun. Where have I seen this before? That's a good question, the Aegis Relic. And you have, in fact, not seen this before on a precision frame shotgun. And so as a result, we're going to have to create some sort of new space for this shotgun. Above Precipio would make sense to me. I would say 1-2 punch, trench barrel is more potent than something like the Someday. And as for some of these other perks, 1-2 punch, trench barrel, I would say better than unenhanceable deadweight. I would agree with that sentiment. I would also say that this is probably better than Python. Once we get up here, though, things become a little bit more difficult to parse. I would say it's better than Prophet of Doom, as 1-2 punch, trench barrel, double damage perk, a little bit better than something like Reconstruction Envious Arsenal on the same frame with 1-2 punch. Then we move to Compass Rose. This is where the Grave Robber starts to come into play. And here is where I think I will leave this weapon, somewhere in this vicinity. I would say potentially right over here. Okay, beautiful. Let's go ahead and move on to Nessa's Ablation. Nessa's Ablation has received some changes as it is a raid weapon that is craftable. Nessa's Ablation, what did it receive? Bungie has given it proximity power and rapid hit, and has also graciously donated Demoralize and Meganura to this weapon's perk pool. As such, we will be ignoring these perks and focusing on what this weapon had to begin with, which is of course 4th times the charm. Any other perk here seems to be rather irrelevant, and so we're going to be moving on to the second column. Now the second column here, the perks, not looking too impressed with this one. We have Vorpal Weapon as an example, and we have post-buff Focused Fury, which is also a decent option. Now this is going to be compared directly to a weapon like Blasphemer. Blasphemer has kinetic synthesis access and also has All-Star, a significantly higher damage perk than anything available on Nessa's Ablation. And so as a result, Nessa's Ablation, we're likely going to move it somewhere in this area. I think Focus Fury has been buffed enough to the point where this might be better than anything that Supercluster has to offer, even though Supercluster has access to Slice and Lead from Gold. Let's go ahead and move next to Fortissimo. Has Fortissimo received any new perks? No. I remember this perk pool like the back of my hand because I remember suffering for a long time trying to get a 4th times the charm surrounded assault mag Fortissimo. If you remember that, upvote and give me Reddit gold. Thank you. Now today we're going to take a look at the perks that are potentially usable on this weapon. We're going to be looking at 4th times the charm, and that's pretty much it. In the second column we have Vorpal Weapon, and we have of course Surrounded, and that's pretty much it. And so as a result, we're going to leave this below Supercluster because they're essentially the same weapon, except Supercluster has a little bit more variety. Next up, we have Trakiness, one of our newest options as part of the flock, as part of the Destiny 2 flock. Oh, you're correct, actually. Fortissimo does, in fact, have Focused Fury. And so we're going to be adding Focused Fury to this weapon's perk pool, and we're going to be moving it up right next to Nessa's Ablation. In fact, we'll move it 1 little inch higher over Nessa's Ablation. Wasn't Frenzy better than Vorpal on specials? They both had 15%, however Frenzy had an activation time requirement, which made it slightly less optimal. Hello, Daisy Gaming. Hello. I believe that we had runs today, and I was led astray. And that made me very sad, Daisy. So hopefully tomorrow I will not be sad, and we will be able to speedrun the Last Wish raid in front of many other people who will then enjoy the experience with us, as it is a sort of collective enjoyment of such an amazing activity in Destiny 2. Can you play 7/14? I'm unlikely to be able to play on the 14th, as my Day 1 Pantheon team has requested my presence for a 5 feet Pantheon at around the same time. If we happen to finish in under 2 hours, then potentially I will be able to play, but I'm not certain of the duration of the activity in which we are going to be partaking. Trakiness is a rapid fire slug. In fact, it may be the only rapid fire slug in the game at this current moment, in which case it is. Good luck with this. Bye. Thank you, Daisy. I appreciate your presence in this chatterbox. Are you going to GCX? I will in fact be going to GCX. I have plans to leave on a plane, an airplane, in
11 days. In 11 days to go and see my friends, my companions at the gaming convention expo. Trackiness here is, in fact, a rapid fire slug. Not a terrible damage profile. Unfortunately, no total damage access like the heavy burst in the form of 4th times the charm. And so as a result, it does have tenacity, actually, now that I realize that. Not a bad option. But I do think this weapon is actually more enticing with chill clip rather than using precision instrument. That said, precision instrument is not a bad option, not the worst damage perk in the flock. And in the first column here, we have a couple options. We have lead from gold, which is not particularly the worst thing ever. And we have rapid hit. I can't believe that I have rapid hit as one of the perks that I'm recommending on a shotgun to reload it, because this shotgun has a terrible perk pool. And just by nature of being a chill clip shotgun, I'm willing to give this thing a little bit of leeway. And so I'm going to potentially lift it relatively high into the tier list above some of the other options that we've been ranking. And so trackiness, where do we want to put this one? I think this weapon is less useful than a Grave Robber 121 shotgun, but potentially more useful than some other shotguns in the mix. And so we're going to go ahead and put it near 7th Seraph CQC 12. I believe both of them to have similarly sized niches. Is Choir of One pretty good? Choir of One is the last time that Bungie truly cooked on an exotic. There have been many exotics, I suppose the lightsaber you could argue. But Choir of One is the last time Bungie made a truly exotic S-tier multi-tool type of weapon. Okay? I mean, you could argue the lightsaber, like I said. The lightsaber is kind of a multi-tool too. But Choir has the range advantage. Choir has the range advantage, and it's simply excellent. It's simply excellent. It's already overload. Why does chill clip matter? Because you can freeze the enemy. You can freeze the enemy. You can freeze the enemy, and when you freeze an enemy, it brings a smile to your face. It brings a smile to your face. Whirling was a cook. Whirling was conceptually a cook. I mean, in practice, a cook. In practice. Okay? In practice. Hawthorne's Field Forged Shotgun. This is the old version. We're looking for the new version, the one that's looks like a big red sausage when you preview it in the Tenet of Bravery focus. Now, the big red sausage, Hawthorne's Field Forged Shotgun. Why does it have 10 ammo gen? Not that we care, to be honest, but why? So we have chill clip on this weapon. Like the chatter mentioned, this one is already also overload, so not particularly great. If this thing had gotten Discord Crystalline Corpse Bloom, I would have potentially have been happier. Unfortunately, not so. And so we're left to our devices with only chill clip in this column. We also have lead from gold, and potentially also Grave Robber. So let's go ahead and take a look here. Where do we want to put a lightweight chill clip shotgun in this tier list? Well, I would argue that the rapid slug is a little bit better, because unlike pellets, slugs are a single projectile and can go a little bit further, thus enabling you to slow or freeze a target at a greater distance. On top of that, this Hawthorne's Field Forged shotgun has no other redeeming qualities besides having chill clip, as the rest of its perk pool is complete dog shit. And so Hawthorne's Field Forged shotgun. Where shall we drop this little friend off? Well, I would say it is probably around this level of usefulness, somewhere in this area, perhaps lower than the slugs, perhaps higher than the slugs. I'm going to leave it here for now. Okay, let's go ahead and look at Fellwinter's Lie. For some reason, Fellwinter's Lie does not have an image, because I believe at the time it was not revealed in the API, because I made this initial tier list before Iron Banner was actually available. And so we did not know what this weapon was going to look like. We now know it is a darker version of the original Fellwinter's Lie, as you can see here. And so let's go ahead and look at Fellwinter's Lie. What perks does this weapon receive? That's a good question, the Aegis Relic. The first perk that this weapon receives is Cascade Point, which is a relatively interesting perk to have on an aggressive shotgun. One of the only, if not the only, Cascade Point aggressive shotguns in the game, which is quite interesting. We also have Threat Detector, but don't forget about Slick Draw. Slick Draw is potentially usable in case some sort of aggressive shotgun swapping meta arises using a weapon like Parasite. Okay. In the second column here, we have quite a few perks. I honestly think, given how you are likely to use this weapon, Bait and Switch is likely to be the highest priority target on this weapon, but of course you can also use Trench Barrel, as it is a typical weapon. I just realized Cascade Point Trench Barrel sounds like a way of nuking an enemy.
That sounds quite appealing to me. In fact, that sounds quite enjoyable. Perhaps I will be utilizing this Felwinter's Lie shotgun with Cascade Point and Trench Barrel in the future. Very interesting. Thank you, Felwinter's Lie, for your contributions to this amazing damage meta. So Felwinter's Lie, in my opinion, after testing, I do think it is going to be probably relatively high on this list, perhaps. So where do we want to put it for now? I do think it is going to end up probably somewhere around here. It is worse than the best energy 1-2 punch shotgun, and it's maybe a little bit worse than Unvoiced until I test it more, but I do think it's better than the mainstream slop that's down here. Okay, thank you, Felwinter's Lie. Good work. Thank you for your service. We're going to be moving on to Bone Chiller. Bone Chiller, the Europa shotgun, which has received some new perks, hot off the presses. And by hot off the presses, I mean very cold, very lukewarm. A chilling reception, one might say. We have triple tap. We also have auto loading holster. And potentially you might find some use for lead from gold if you are ever tied down to a bench and forced to play Destiny 2 with a Bone Chiller in your hand. These are the perks that you may want to consider utilizing. And so let's take a look at some of these other perks that we have here. Really, you're just going to be looking at Precision Instrument because everything else here is completely terrible. And so let's go ahead and move Bone Chiller to a different location. And that location is actually just going to be right where it is right now because it is absolutely terrible. Okay, next up we have Sojourner's Tale. Sojourner's Tale. Sojourner's Tale is a Season of the Splicer shotgun that was brought forward in Season 25. And what are the perks that this thing has access to? Well, it looks like we have Discord, which I think on a slug shotgun is actually quite appealing. And we have Auto Loading Holster. Auto Loading Holster. Auto Loading Holster. We have Air Trigger in the second column, something I've never seen before. That is quite interesting. Actually, I believe it was on that Dawning Glaive. The Dawning Glaive. I believe it was on that one. But Air Trigger in the second column, quite interesting. Quite interesting. In the second column here, we have Precision Instrument. And if you so choose to run Discord, you may want to run Harmony or potentially Incandescent. I'm going to mention Incandescent here. And also potentially Harmony, because I think that is funny. Anyways, a Discord Slug Shotgun. I believe this is the first Discord Slug Shotgun on our list here. And so as a result, I'm going to compare it to some other Discord options. Now, Discord and Harmony is certainly a lot worse than Discord and Trench Barrel, or Discord and Surrounded, or Discord and Chain Reaction. So we're going to go ahead and move Sojourner's Tale a little bit lower. Pinpoint Slugs are some of the lowest damage per shot shotguns in the game. And so I'm not going to give this too many favors when it comes to placement. I'm going to probably leave this somewhere in this area, maybe between Someday and Percipial, as I believe that is approximately where its power level belongs. Okay, let's move to Retro Futurist. I believe Retro Futurist has received some new perks, so let's take a look at it. I actually lied because these look like the exact same perks that I saw a long time ago. So Retro Futurist, what do you have available to you? You have auto-loading holster, which is not bad. And then in case you want to do some sort of pellet swap rotation, you can use quick draw. But even then, I would honestly just use auto-loading holster. So there's nothing else in the first column that's of interest to us Guardians. In the second column here, we have a couple options. We have Trench Barrel, we have High Ground, and we have Vorpal Weapon. I think these weapons will probably go in this specific order. Auto-loading holster, Trench Barrel, Vorpal Weapon, and High Ground as the last potential perk. Retro Futurist is basically a pure pellet swap shotgun, and as a result, I do think it is quite terrible. It is probably going to go somewhere in this tier, maybe a little bit higher than Bone Chiller, but not much higher than that. No 1-2 punch available on this shotgun either, which is quite a disappointment. Okay, next we have Dead Grimarier 4, which is a lightweight arc shotgun, similar to the Xenoclast 4 that many of you may in fact be familiar with. Now, this weapon has some of the worst perks that I've ever seen. Just kidding. I've actually seen worse than this. That was a little joke there for you. But we have Slick Draw and we have Discord. Slick Draw for potential pellet swapping use cases. And then, of course, we have Discord for generating ammo. In the second column here, we have a variety of options. I do remember the Discord Volt Shot option that was on this weapon. But realistically speaking, you're going to be maybe taking Surrounded. and then potentially chain reaction on this weapon, and then maybe even Vorpal weapon. Now, the direct comparison to Dead Grimoire 4 would be something like the 7th Seraph CQC-12, which also has Discord. Discord, chain reaction. I suppose I'll put chain reaction at the top here because this weapon's specialty is kind of being a Discord option. And then you can see here, Wildcard is certainly better than Eyes Up in my opinion, although I believe Eyes Up gives you on-contact weapon damage boost upon your first engagement, so that could help you push over the edge to get your first Discord kill. However, the rest of these perks are certainly worse than 7th Seraph CQC, and so I'm going to be leaving Dead Grimoire right over here underneath 7th Seraph CQC in whatever tier this ends up being. Next up, we have Deadpan Delivery, which is sort of like the delivery that I am giving right now. It's quite deadpan. We have Vanguard's Vindication. This might not be the most recent version of Deadpan Delivery. Let's take a look. It in fact does get Vanguard's Vindication. So let's go ahead and replace Nadir Focus with Vanguard's Vindication. In the second column here, we have 1-2 Punch, we have Trench Barrel, and this appears to be an aggressive shotgun. We also have Discord in the first column, as well as Slick Draw, which is interesting. We also have Overflow, which is potentially better than Slick Draw in this case. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at where we might want to put Deadpan Delivery on our list. Aggressive shotguns with Overflow, 1-2 Punch, and Trench Barrel are somewhere near Python. However, Python has enhanced 1-2 Punch, and Deadpan Delivery does not, in exchange for Discord. And so I'm going to lower Deadpan Delivery a little bit, probably somewhere around this area, and I think that is most likely appropriate for it, maybe right about over here. I think that's maybe good. Actually, Sojourner's Tale is likely a better option. Actually, no, I lied. I'm going to put it right over here. Okay, I'm not going to lie. My throat is like getting rubbed raw, bro, from the amount I'm talking. Oh my goodness. Oh, I hate Shotgun Zero List, bro. I actually hate it. Why do we have to make so many shotguns? Why do we have to make so many shotguns? Why are there 60 shotguns? Why are there 60 shotguns? Why are there 60 shotguns? Who made 60 shotguns? Whose decision was this? Auto-loading holster. Auto-loading holster. Auto-loading holster. Okay, okay. We're speedrunning. We're speedrunning. Focus Fury. Hold on. Lock in. Lock in. I'm actually speedrunning. It's like I just did a bump. I just did a bump. I'm actually freaking locked in. Cascade Point, bang, Vorpal Weapon. Okay, an auto-loading Focus Fury, Cascade Point, Vorpal Weapon, Shotgun. That's got to go right over here. What does it compare to? Auto-loading Trench Barrel. Yeah, okay, for precision. Okay, this is like pretty bad, actually. This is like probably over here somewhere. Yeah, Auto Trench. Auto-loading Precision Instrument, Triple Tap, Bone Chiller. Oh, it's got to go. It's one of these, one of these, one of these. It's probably like right here. Okay, that's good. Okay, the Comedian. The Comedian, let's take a look here. Okay, this has Stunning Recovery, not bad. Oh my god, this is the OG Crota swap shotgun. You guys remember that? The new Crotation? Oh my god, that video actually poisoned Crota LFGs. I'm sorry about that. I got DM'd by like 3 different low manners. They were like, why is there an LFG in my raid right now that is using Crota, that is using fucking Hard Shadow and the Comedian? Can you explain this to me? I was like, I don't know. I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know. Anyways, Trench Barrel, Vorpal Weapon. Trench Barrel, Vorpal Weapon. First column. Wow. That is uniquely horrible. Lead from Gold. Lead from Gold. Lead from Gold, Trench Barrel. This is essentially a raw Trench Barrel aggressive. A raw Trench Barrel aggressive. Is this deserving of life? Is this deserving of life? Or do we kill it? Or do we kill it? I don't think it's deserving of life. But to be fair, I think an aggressive shotgun with Trench Barrel and Lead from Gold is probably more useful than Legato 11. Legato 11. Jesus, bro. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay. Let's go hand in hand. Hand in hand. Hand in hand. What do we have on this shotgun? That first column is truly terroristic. That first column. It is terroristic. We have Trench Barrel. We have Cascade Point. We have a 1-2 Punch. Trench Barrel, Cascade, 1-2 Punch. This is certainly better than the Comedian. I don't know how the Comedian ended up above it, but certainly better than the Comedian. I would say probably somewhere in this area, perhaps. Maybe like right here, actually. No reload perk is a big cringe. Okay, Ragnhild. Oh my god, Ragnhild. This was the OG 1-2 Punch Shield Bash shotgun. I don't know if you guys remember this. auto-loading 1-2 punch, you would run it on this shotgun. You would run it, and you would shield bash. You would shield bash. I don't know if you guys are aware of such a process, but this was what you would do back in the days of Yonder. Okay, back in the days of Yonder. Okay, Ragnhild. Ragnhild. This one has auto-loading holster, but no trench barrel. 1-2 punch on an aggressive is not particularly appealing. I'm probably going to leave it somewhere in this area just because it has no trench barrel. Okay, let's go ahead and mine Bender's Ambition. This one's got a couple of perks. Let's just make sure this is the most recent version, S29. We have Problem Solver, which is fairly decent. We have 1-2 punch. And of course, we have Vorpal Weapon, which somehow got moved to the cell below. That doesn't make any sense. And in the first column, we have Threat Detector. This is essentially a raw threat detector 1-2 punch shotgun, which is pretty terrible. We're going to go ahead and put it right over here. It is still more useful than these slugs, but it is not particularly useful in general. Reckless Endangerment, I believe, has become a random roll weapon. This weapon used to have steady hands and swashbuckler, if you would believe that. So don't use steady hands and swashbuckler. I mean, you can see that right there, steady hands and swashbuckler. This was formerly rated as the worst shotgun, worst non-sunset shotgun in the game. Thankfully, Bungie had a change of heart, and we're seeing some new things that you can utilize on this weapon. And so you can see All-Star, and potentially even a trench barrel. Little trench barrel action on this shotgun. And in the first column, we have Grave Robber, thank goodness. Grave Robber in the first column, that's what we'd like to see. And so, we're going to go ahead and we're going to move this shotgun quite a bit higher, as it is in fact a Grave Robber trench barrel shotgun. Probably we are going to leave it somewhere in this vicinity. Maybe a little bit lower, maybe a little bit higher. Somewhere in this area seems appropriate. That looks good to me. Okay, Matador 64. What do we have here? This has received some new perks. We have 1-2 punch. And we even have gear shift. First column, what do we have? Wow, that is not looking so good. We have essentially just lead from gold and potentially supercharged magazine. Matador 64. Where do we want to put this? You know what this reminds me of? The Gauss shotgun. Where's the Gauss shotgun? Prophet of Doom. There it is. First column, 1-2 punch, gear shift. No cascade point, so it's going to move lower. And we also have no reconstruction or envious, so it'll also move lower. So likely we're going to put it somewhere in this area. I would argue, yeah, maybe right around here looks good. Looks pretty good. Okay. Riss Walker. Is this the most modern version of Riss Walker? It is, in fact. It has Discord. It has Slick Draw. And then, of course, it has Vorpal Weapon. And that is pretty much all it has. It is a raw pellet swap shotgun. And so I'm going to leave it at the bottom here. This is pretty terrible. First in, last out. We have auto loading holster. And we have surrounded. And we have Vorpal Weapon. We have surrounded. So this shotgun, famous shotgun, of course, for those of you who remember. This shotgun, unfortunately, I'm going to leave it below Legato 11. And that'll be that. Next, we have Scavenger's Fate. A bit of a more recent shotgun addition to the sandbox. That's pretty bad. That is not good. I'm going to put Discord, Vorpal Weapon, and Surrounded. Could maybe argue for destabilizing rounds as well, due to the access to Discord. Dark Ether Reaper. Interesting. Where shall we put Scavenger's Fate? Discord, add clear on Scavenger's Fate. Let's take a look. Maybe somewhere in this area. Somewhere in this area seems suitable. Perhaps right there. Okay, Astral Horizon. What do we have on this shotgun? We have 1-2 punch. We have all-star, which should probably go first, to be honest. 1-2 punch. We have vorpal weapon. Vorpal weapon, and we have threat detector. We have lead from gold, and we have stopping power. Okay, astral horizon. Where do we want to put this? There's a lead trench shoddy right here, but this one has all-star. Hmm. Around here seems fine. Maybe a little higher. Deadlock. This is like the video game. Video game Deadlock. Let's see what this weapon has access to. We have 1-2 punch. Vorpal weapon. And we have quick draw. Interesting. This is a pretty terrible weapon. Hmm. Guys, I can't lie to you. I'm very, very sleepy. I'm very sleepy. These shotguns have made me eepy. And so I believe I will be sleeping after ranking these shotguns. I am keeling over in my chair, in fact. I will have you know. And so, first in, last out, where shall we put this? Wait, no, that's not even the shotgun we're ranking. What's the shotgun? Deadlock. Deadlock. That's the one. Deadlock. Probably somewhere around here. That is probably accurate. Ganora's Axe. Ganora's Axe. Is this the newest version of Ganora's Axe? It is, in fact, the newest version of Ganora's Axe. It has ricochet rounds still. And in the first column, we have threat detector. Threat detector. And I'll put heal clip, mostly because threat detector is not very good. In the second column, we have access to cascade point. We have precision instrument. And we have incandescent. This weapon is only good for dying through ricochet damage. And so as a result, I'm going to go ahead and put it somewhere up here because it is for dying through ricochet damage. Let's go ahead and where should we put this shotgun? I would say this shotgun is more useful than some of these other weapons down here, but probably somewhere in this area. In fact, Ganora's Axe, probably somewhere in this area. That makes me happy. No reprieve. No reprieve. This one is a classic. This one has triple tap. I don't know why that completely autofilled, but okay, triple tap. And it also has access to Focused Fury, recently buffed, and Surrounded. And so this weapon is going to go probably somewhere in this area. I would argue probably right around here is about accurate. Then we have the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor has some perks that are of Destiny nature. We have Cascade Point and Vorpal Weapon, as well as famous perks such as Grave Robber. Grave Robber. Interesting. Truly inspirational. Okay, let's take a look at Wishbringer. Wishbringer. Wow. This is quite an old weapon. What does this weapon have to provide us? It has auto-loading holster in the second column, and it also has threat detector. No, it has Grave Robber auto-loading holster. That's a powerful role, and we have Toil and Trouble. Toil and Trouble offers us the unique insight of auto-loading holster as well as auto-loading holster. Now we're going to go threat detector. Threat detector. Full auto trigger system. Oh, never mind. We need to put full auto trigger system. I forgot that some shotguns still have this perk, full auto trigger system. Perk full auto trigger system is shotgun. What shotguns have this perk? Okay, these are all old versions of the shotguns, though. Interesting. Yes. Okay, I believe we have successfully finished these shotguns, my friends. I believe we have successfully ranked the shotguns. I'm going to briefly tier them, and then with a smile on my face, I shall go and commit myself to some slumber. Okay? Threat level is S tier. Found Verdict is also S tier. Perfect Paradox is arguably not S tier, honestly. But I'll give it S tier just because of Cast No Shadows, because I feel bad for him. Okay. Basso Ostinato will get S tier because it is the best energy 1-2 punch shotgun. And Heritage, I will give it a tentative S tier for now. Unvoiced will get A tier. Felwinter's Live will get A tier. Ikelos SG, the Deicide, One Small Step, Imperial Decree, and A Sudden Death, both versions, Pure Recollection will all get A tier. As for the B tier, let's take a look at what is available to us. In the B tier, I would say actually Arcane Embrace is probably deserving of the A tier. However, this tier list is now forcing me to reconnect to my own tier list, despite the fact that I am, in fact, the owner of the spreadsheet. And now it's HTML viewing me. Thank you. What does the blue mean around the weapon for some of them? It means that the weapon was changed in some way this season. Either it's able to be tier 5 or they give it new perks or something like that. Okay, let's take a look up here. Arcane Embrace, I believe, is deserving of being in the A tier. And then I would say Until Its Return is most likely where the B tier begins. Or actually, I would say Starscape Null is where the B tier begins. I'm going to be scrolling down here for quite a bit, essentially just adding in shotguns that are all basically doing the same thing. And then we get to a point where we have this shotgun right here. I would say this is where the C tier begins. And we're going to keep going down. This is basically just 1-2 punch stuff, right? 1-2 punch, 1-2 punch. Letter from Gold Chill Clip, sure. Discord Destab, sure. Okay. And then we get to some of the slugs. The slugs. D tier. For all of you. You're all ugly. You were all ugly. Ugly. Threat detector, 1-2 punch. Yep. All pretty much the same here. And then we have E tier. And then we have legitimately unusable garbage F tier. Okay. It's not unusable. Blasphemer gets C tier. Okay, just because of kinetic synthesis, I'll give you a pass. I'll give you a pass just this once. Okay? That's it for the shotguns, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow we will do more work. I will write the notes for the shotguns. We'll do the sniper tier list. Oh my goodness. We've done most of the work for the special tier list because the rocket sidearm tier list and the trace tier list, they're like 20 weapons total. That's very easy. And then the heavy tier lists are going to be kind of annoying. Linear is going to be easy. Heavy GL is going to be a little boring toward the bottom half. Machine gun is going to be very boring, except for the top 2 tiers. I think that'll be fun. And then rockets are pretty easy to tier. And then swords are so boring. Swords are so boring to tier. Okay. So you guys are not going to like that. And I'm going to like it even less. But it's okay. We're going to go ahead and we're going to raid someone. We're going to raid someone. Recently started raids. Recently started Destiny 2 streams. Trio Crota attempt. Is this person AFK? No. They just blew up. This is not Crota. This is Deepstone Crypt. But it's okay. Let's raid this person, even though they are being misleading with their title. I mean, I have personally never been misleading with my stream titles pretty much ever. So, you know, I am not guilty of doing such a thing. But anyways, let's go ahead and raid this person. What is their name? Plan Bizly with 3 E's. Okay, everybody, good night. I hope you all have some wonderful sleep if it is late for you. If it is morning for you, then have a wonderful day. And I will see you tomorrow when we speedrun.